Maintenant, le chanson de l'hymne national, géré par d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy songs command, car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix, ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let's be open. Declaration de députés by members. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, small business
Order.
is the lifeblood of communities across Canada, and all Canadians benefit when we promote local businesses. Small Business BC, which is supported by Western Economic Diversification Canada, is seeking nominations this month for the annual Small Business BC Awards, and I encourage all British Columbians to nominate an entrepreneur in their community by November 30th. In my community of Vancouver Quadra, the West Broadway Business Improvement Association has a Stars on Broadway initiative, which is shining a light on merchants who have been in business for more than 20 years. We have more than 70 of these unsung pillars of the community between Collingwood and Larch Street alone, from Ace Cycles, established in 1946, to the Toy Box in 1972, then Kids Books in 1983, and Nat's Pizza in 1992, plus so many more. From their stores to their stories, small businesses matter. I invite all members of this House to check out and thank the small businesses in their communities.
For Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals are already demanding families in my riding of Milton, Ontario, and all across Canada to pay a new carbon tax that will drive up the cost of everything and force businesses to lay off workers. But wait, there's more. In order to appease special interest friends, they're now actually overriding the provinces and dictating how they generate electricity, and in that process, driving up hydro bills. Even Kathleen Wynne has admitted she was wrong to force Ontario families to suffer in this way. When will the Prime Minister have to apologize for the suffering that his hydro price hike will cost? Ce n'est pas un enjeu de l'environnement.
It's not an environmental issue. This is an issue of the Liberal government that arrogantly thinks it can force people to change their lifestyles just to satisfy Liberal ideology.
Especially in the winter months. Forcing provinces to replace this capacity without any real plan to do so will cost billions of dollars and jobs across Canada.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to pay one last tribute to a person who made a great contribution to the development of Châteauguay-Lacolle, Ms. Danielle Wolfe, who succumbed to cancer on October 25th at the age of 57. Born in St. Remy, Danielle was well known in the region for her remarkable social commitment. Over the past 10 years, she valiantly led the Greater Châteauguay Volunteer Action Centre. As a trained social worker, she was involved in many initiatives, but she devoted her time to women in shelters and to women's centers. This fight was her job, but also her hobby and her passion. Danielle was awarded a medal from the National Assembly for her countless volunteer hours. Despite leaving us at such a young age, Danielle leaves behind a wonderful legacy. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, 2016 has been yet another extraordinary year for the Patro in Jonquière. The dynamic team's dedication enabled them to help more than 15,000 young people. What an accomplishment. This impact in the community was made possible by the some 200 volunteers and dozens of young people who work as monitors. Ever-changing, the Patro now needs a new gym to offer good quality services to young people throughout the Greater Jonquière region. Thanks to the inspiring team and with help from the community, we hope with all our hearts to be able to inaugurate a new gym in time for the Patro's 70th anniversary. I'm so proud of supporting the Patro. Long live the Patro.
Honourable Member for St. John's South, Mount Pearl.
Monsieur le Président, last month I went to the 40th anniversary of the Goulds Volunteer Fire Department at St. Kevin's Parish Hall, along with the Honourable John Crosby and his wife Jane. It was a marvelous evening in which Mr. Crosby took a moment to give his thoughts on the then impending U.S. election in the tactful diplomatic language for which he is known in this House. As I was leaving, one of the firemen pulled me aside and said, "I've heard you give statements in the House of Commons. I think you should give one to honor all the volunteer firemen in Canada and all the families who wait for them at home." Mr. Speaker, I told him I would. Thank you to all our volunteer firemen and to their families for their time, for their courage, for their heart. Keep safe, and thank you for keeping us safe. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, I want to give a shout out to all the amazing small businesses at my riding of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex. Every day, they work hard and greatly contribute to our communities. Two young hockey player entrepreneurs, Matt LeBerge and Dan Black, who created Clap Bomb, a hand deodorizer to get the smell of hockey gloves off your hands. They saw a hole in the market for a necessary product, took a shot at it with great success. This is just one example of the ingenuity and the initiative that I see all the time in our small towns in rural areas. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues and I continue to encourage the government to stop raising taxes on small businesses, but rather help these and assist these people to provide so much to our rural communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak of an upcoming ballot. This is not a member for the Minister of Democratic Institutions. I am, Mr. Speaker, speaking about the Baseball Hall of Fame ballot. Though it may seem unusual to speak about baseball on this frigid week in Ottawa, a player is on the ballot in his final year of eligibility and worthy of our support: Tim Raines. Raines was one of the finest baseball players in the 1980s. He was National League batting champion in 1986. For 5 years, he was measured as one of the most valuable players in the National League and had an impressive on-base percentage on par with Tony Gwynn, who is a Hall of Famer. Raines is one of the greatest leadoff hitters of all time and 5th all-time in stolen bases. So why isn't he in the Hall of Fame already? The only knock against Raines is that he played his best years for the Montreal Expos. As an ESPN columnist pointed out, when you Google the phrase "Tim Raines shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame," it produces 0 results. Mr. Speaker, I call upon the voters, the members of the Baseball Writers Association, to right this wrong and vote Tim Raines into the Hall of Fame.
The Honourable Member from Mississauga-Straitsville.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend I hosted the first Mississauga Youth Council meeting. Youth from all across my riding met with me to bring their concerns to my attention and suggest their ideas on how our government can improve and what we need to focus on. I was especially pleased the mature manner in which they discussed mental health and how comfortable they were sharing their pressures with me. Speaking with my young constituents was informative. The ideas of young Canadians are crucial as they will inherit the decisions we make today. I would like to thank Devro, Stephanie, Julian, Ahab, Shri, Hamad, Shayan, Mohammed, Ariel, Fatima, Gunjan, Melissa, William, Jasimar, Gurkharan, Saad, Joyce, Zane, and Sarah. Thank you.
The member for Langley Aldergrove.
For 1.3 million Canadians of Ukrainian descent, and I'm honored to be one of them. I encourage everyone to stand with Ukrainians to remember another horrific genocide in the last century known as Holodomor. On November the 26th, we remember millions of Ukrainian men, women, and children who were killed by starvation from 1932 to 33. This atrocity was perpetrated by the brutal Stalin regime. Stalin had all the food in eastern Ukraine confiscated. 10 million died by starvation. We're blessed to live in Canada, a country that values human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It's our responsibility to remember what happened during Holodomor and to recommit ourselves to defend human rights and the dignity of every person. We stand with Ukrainians by sharing their grief and sharing their hope. Vichnaya Pamyat.
The honourable member for York Southwestern.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker,
the Assembly has proclaimed 2015 to 2024 as the International Decade for People of African Descent. Le terme de cette
the themes for this decade are recognition, justice, and development. Each theme establishes a list of objectives that each country must meet. We can meet these objectives by reintroducing the Canadian Anti-Racism Action Plan to address direct and systemic racism against African Canadians.
The third largest visible minority. Many disproportionately live in poverty and are overrepresented in correctional institutions. We must take action together, and this decade provides us that opportunity. I urge our government to exercise its leadership to ensure the objectives of the decade are achieved. We must stay true to our core Canadian values and continue to remove barriers to full opportunity and equality for all Canadians. Merci.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great sorrow and gratitude that I rise today to honour the life of one of my constituents, Lieutenant Dennis Tabokhurst, who passed away while fishing, one of his great passions. Mr. Speaker, we often hear about great people in this House, and he was one of the best. Lieutenant Tabokhurst dedicated his life to protecting others by serving as a firefighter with the Maple Ridge Fire Department. In 2010, his daughter was in kidney failure, and without hesitation, he donated one of his kidneys to young Grace. Just hours after his death, he demonstrated his selflessness yet again when he saved the lives of 10 people by donating his remaining kidney, along with his liver, lungs, eyes, and other tissues. Even in death, Mr. Speaker, Lieutenant Dennis Tabokhurst is a true hero. To his wife, Melissa, and 2 beloved children, Grace and Caleb, I offer my sincerest condolences and want you to know that our community, and indeed the nation, is behind you. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Domestic Violence Intervention Team, known as DIVIT, has worked to bring a unique approach to tackling domestic violence in the City of Brooks and the County of Newell. They agreed there was time to stop working in silos. Cantera Safe House, Victim Services, and the local RCMP detachment formed a partnership which became DIVIT. This partnership provides an immediate response to domestic violence incidents and works with victims to create individualized service plans which assist all affected to obtain services available in their community. We offer our gratitude to the incredible work of Shauna Bell from Cantera Safe House, Sergeant McNulty from the Brooks RCMP, and many others who've helped make this incredible team become a reality. The unique program has received awards at the provincial level. This is helping drop the number of domestic violence calls, making our community safer for families and children. Thanks to the whole DIVIT team.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
The riding I represent is proudly home to 5th Canadian Division Support Base Gagetown, where this week over 1,000 members of the Canadian Army will conclude the pivotal combat training exercise Common Ground 2. La base qui abrite le centre
The base, which lodges the Canadian Combat Training Centre, employs 5,500 CF members as well as 1,100 civilians. The Gagetown base is the third largest employer in the province, injecting more than $600 million per year into New Brunswick economy.
The base is integral to prosperity in our region, from the jobs it creates and economic impact it has on local business, to the tremendous community involvement of veterans groups and the women and men who serve in uniform, for whom we respect, support and recognize for their contributions to peace and security in Canada and around the world. Merci beaucoup.
Good job. Honorable député d'Algoma, Manitoulin Kapuskasing.
Monsieur le Président, le 25 septembre,
Mr. Speaker,
c'est tout simplement inacceptable.
this is simply unacceptable. 20 years after committing to the UN to promote the protection of women and girls, Canada still does not have a national action plan.
En l'absence d'un tel plan,
Without this national plan of action, rates of violence against women have remained largely unchanged since we made this commitment. It's now time for MPs to work together to create an expanded strategy to end violence against women. It's time for a well-funded network for women's domestic violence shelters that will include shelters for First Nations, Métis, and Inuit women. It's time for action on a national plan that includes addressing issues in the education, policing, and justice systems. All key services, because all action can help.
Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, I'm so proud today to rise to recognize two exceptional constituents who are visiting Ottawa this week. Dr. Nadine Cron and her daughter, Alia. Dr. Nadine Cron is the first female First Nation surgeon in Canada and the first one to attend medical school in this country. Since graduating, she's worked tirelessly as a surgeon, a doctor, a mentor, and an advocate. I had the opportunity to have dinner with Dr. Cron and Alia this week and to hear about the incredible work she's doing in the health sciences field. While maintaining an office and a practice in Prince George, Dr. Cron also teaches at the University of Northern British Columbia, the University of British Columbia, and Johns Hopkins University. Dr. Cron is spearheading a Northern Biobank with the goal of building a greater knowledge of and building better health care for rural, Indigenous, and marginalized populations. And Alia. She is bilingual en français and in grade 5, who I think one day could be sitting in the Prime Minister's seat. Dr. Cron and Alia, it truly was a pleasure to spend time with you this week. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for inspiring us all and for giving back to our community.
The honourable member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Mr. Speaker, last month I was honored to have attended the Governor General's presentation of Decorations for Bravery. A constituent of mine, Daniel Patrick Green of Uxbridge, Ontario, was being honored for his courageous actions on January 30th, 2015. Daniel was in Trent Lakes that day when he witnessed a man's ATV go through the ice on Buckhorn Lake. Knowing he had to act quickly, Daniel grabbed a broom and rushed to assist the victim, who was holding on to his overturned ATV. Although the threat of nearby open water loomed large, and only after several attempts, Daniel managed to pull the victim to safety and stayed with him on the solid ice until help arrived. It was a pleasure to meet Mr. Green and his wife at the ceremony and to hear more about the events of that day. Daniel is a true hero and serves as an example of how selflessness and bravery can change or even save a life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, questions orales, the honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has had a serious lapse in judgment. He's hosting Liberal Party fundraisers with Chinese billionaires. These are the Chinese 1%. These are also people who are in the upper echelons of the Communist Party. They do not have Canada's national interests at heart. In fact, they've been linked to engaging in corporate espionage and hacking our own government servers. So why is the Prime Minister willing to sell out our national interests for a donation to the Liberal Party?
Well, Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition knows full well that at all times our party follows the fundraising rules that are applicable. She also knows, Mr. Speaker, that only Canadians can contribute to Canadian political fundraising efforts, and she also knows that the names of every individual who attends these very routine fundraisers is disclosed publicly as the law requires. And Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party has had a considerable record of following the fundraising rules, something that her party can't say.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, in response to my question about hosting this Cash for Access fundraiser with Chinese billionaires, the Prime Minister said himself, and I quote, "That is why we've committed to engaging positively with the world to draw in investment." So he admitted that he's discussing government business at a fundraiser, which clearly violates his own ethical guidelines. We've said it before, Mr. Speaker, these fundraisers don't pass the smell test. So will the Prime Minister do the right thing and stop these Cash for Access programs?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition knows that when ministers, members of Parliament, the Prime Minister attend partisan fundraisers, it's done to raise money for election campaign preparedness, and every single party in this House, Mr. Speaker, does exactly the same thing. When we go to those fundraisers, Mr. Speaker, we talk to Canadians about a whole range of issues, as we do in thousands and thousands and thousands of open public events across the country, something her government never did.
Well, Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked about a case where a 50-year-old man sexually assaulted a 15-year-old girl, and the judge refused to give a one-year sentence to the perpetrator. Apparently 1 year was too much. But the Prime Minister's response was staggering. He defended the judge, and he said that they make responsible, reasonable decisions about the cases before them. He could have stood up for the victim, but instead he stood up for the judge. Does he understand that comments like that make it harder for women to come forward when they're sexually assaulted?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to answer this question again. Child sexual assault is incredibly serious, and our government will take every step that we can in order to protect children, and in part doing a broad review of the criminal justice system to ensure that we look at it broadly, sentencing reform, including mandatory minimum penalties, to ensure that we provide the necessary discretion to judges, to ensure that we have foremost in our mind public safety, as well as ensuring that we're compliant with the Constitution of the country.
Well, Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, an Ontario judge cancelled a mandatory minimum sentence of 1 year for a 50-year-old man who sexually assaulted a 15-year-old girl. The judge said that the sentence was too strong in his opinion, and the Prime Minister defended the judge yesterday. The Prime Minister has cancelled a number of mandatory minimums. Will he also abolish them for sexual assault crimes?
Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, we are conducting a broad review of the criminal justice system, including sentencing reform, including a comprehensive review of the mandatory minimum penalties that are contained within the criminal code, with an eye to ensure that we provide the necessary discretion to our judiciary across the country, ensure that we uphold public safety, ensure that we provide efficiencies and effectiveness and fairness in the criminal justice system, as well, and fundamentally ensure that we are in compliance with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Constitution.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's been nearly a month since this House unanimously passed a motion to bring Yazidi women and girls to Canada. We thought we won a victory for women who have been persecuted and enslaved by ISIS terrorists, but now government officials have admitted they're only targeting 50 women and girls to bring to Canada for safe asylum. These women deserve more than a token effort. Their lives are on the line. So, Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister honour the spirit of this motion and do more for these girls?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, that number has nothing to do with our plans. Most important are events in the region, and our government has committed $1.6 billion to humanitarian capacity building and military efforts in the region. But we will certainly honor our commitment, and my department is working very hard to devise a plan to bring in those who have suffered from the atrocity of Daesh, both Yazidis and others, into this country within the time period prescribed by Parliament.
Honourable Member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, cash for access fundraising leads to conflicts of interest. Every government must do everything it can to avoid conflicts of interest, and that's even more important with this government, whether it be the selling off of public infrastructure to private interests or the single sourcing of fighter jets to Boeing. What will the federal government do to ensure that they're not making decisions based on who gave money to the Liberal Party?
Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague opposite knows very well that the complete disclosure of all of the donations that are received by every political party and stringent limits with respect to the maximum personal donations that can be made ensure that there is no conflict of interest. And Mr. Speaker, when on this side of the House we follow all of the fundraising rules, and the Chief Electoral Officer himself had said that Canada's political financing laws are the most advanced, constrained and transparent in the world, we agree with the Chief Electoral Officer, and we're happy to follow those rules.
The member for Outremont.
Really too bad the Prime Minister won't answer these questions himself, but to that member of Parliament, of all the political parties here, he refers to all parties, only one party is the government and can make that sort of decision.
We're talking here about $1 million donated to the Trudeau Foundation after an exclusive supper with the Prime Minister. Why are the Liberals not respecting their own rules? And I hope that their answer isn't going to be, once again, that we have the strictest rules in the country. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries. No, Mr. Speaker, much better than that. The member knows very well that the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Foundation is a charitable organization that is independent and without any political affiliation. Mr. Speaker, I see my colleagues. Order. I have a hard time hearing the answer, and I must hear the answer. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries has the floor. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues find it's funny that the foundation is independent. Well, maybe they should ask the question to Chuck Strahl, a former member of this House who sits on the board of directors. Or maybe Megan Leslie, a former NDP member who sits on the board of directors of the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Foundation. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. They don't understand anything.
Promises. The government seems to be preparing to table the approval of Kinder Morgan. The Prime Minister was crystal clear during the campaign that if the Liberals formed government, the review would have to be, quote, redone. Our question is simple. What does the government have to say to British Columbians who voted Liberal and now feel completely betrayed because they're about to approve Kinder Morgan?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we announced in January a new set of interim principles that would govern those projects that were currently under review. As part of those principles, there was extensive consultation. In fact, there was a ministerial panel that worked up and down the coast. And as a matter of fact, on the website, Mr. Speaker, there were more than 35,000 people who expressed themselves. That seems to me to be a much better process than the one we inherited from the previous government.
Honourable Member for Outremont.
are interim, Mr. Speaker.
During the election campaign, the Prime Minister promised to end Stephen Harper's approach to energy project development. But now that he's in power, the Prime Minister isn't just using Stephen Harper's approach. Well, he's also using the exact same process to approve pipeline projects. The question that I have for the Minister of the Environment is, does she seriously believe that ecosystems are better protected if the exact same approach or approval is given by the Liberals than by the Conservatives? Is that her point of view? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have an approach that is based on science, on facts. We are listening to Canadians, and we are working very hard to reestablish the trust of Canadians in our environmental processes. That's how we do things, and that's how we're going to take our decisions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, important files are piling up on the Prime Minister's desk. And it's regrettable but not surprising. He doesn't seem to be too hurried to deal with these issues for the benefit of all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, do all Canadians have to pay $1 million to the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Foundation to get the ear of this Prime Minister? The Honourable Minister, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Somewhat disappointed. The truth will kind of set you free. Mr. Speaker, I must say to the opposition does seem to be confused about how donations to charities actually work. If they need a lesson on how independent charities and donations work, perhaps they should ask the member from Chilliwack Hope to call his father. Mr. Speaker, his father, the former Conservative MP, actually sits on the board of directors, Mr. Speaker. So it might be worth making that telephone call. It should be clear, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister has absolutely no involvement in this charity, or has no involvement in this charity, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean.
$40 million, maybe we'll look at other place, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Premier Ministre.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister spoke yesterday about meetings held to promote investment in Canada and to promote economic growth. However, by granting access to himself for cash, he's taking care of the Liberal Party instead of taking care of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, do you have to give money to the Liberal Party to hear from this Prime Minister? Can they explain the difference between affairs of state and affairs of the Liberal Party of Canada?
Okay. Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear that we have in Canada some of the most strictest rules in the country. We have many ways in which other jurisdictions will raise money. Let's be very clear that there has been no laws broken. And if there have been no laws broken, there is no conflict of interest that has been broken, Mr. Speaker. No matter how often the Conservatives and the NDP repeat it, the bottom line is there is no conflict of interest. It's as simple as that.
Order. The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if that was the case, why did they vote against letting the Conflict of Interest Commissioner take a look at this in the first place? The Prime Minister continues to stand in his place and defend his unethical and shady behaviour. The Prime Minister's open and accountable government document spells out, in his words, his rules, his promise. Yet the Prime Minister himself hosted a Cash for Access event with Chinese billionaires. Two of those billionaires then made a $1 million donation to the Trudeau Foundation a week later. Now, we're not talking about fundraising laws. So why did the Prime Minister break his word, break his rules, and break his promise?
Here, here. Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we're very proud of the fact that these are Canadians that we're really talking about here, Mr. Speaker, Canadian donors. The reality is that we have some of the strictest political financing regulations in the country, and they are always being followed, Mr. Speaker. We find it peculiar that the opposition members are trying to politicize the particular issue, since they were very well know, or they should very well know, that the process for approval of this was in 2012 under the previous government and was approved by the Minister of Finance, Joe Oliver.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
So it's clear, Mr. Speaker, that the government members don't understand the question that's actually being asked.
Hear, hear.
This isn't about following the rules. The Liberals don't have a problem following the rules. They have an ethical problem following their own rules that the Prime Minister has set out for himself. He set the bar here for his government's ethical behavior. We're not talking about the election financing laws. We're talking about the bar that was set here. He has failed miserably to come close to even meeting that standard. This is about his rules, it's about his word, it's about his promise to this House and to Canadians.
Hear, hear.
So when will the Prime Minister put a stop to these shady shenanigans?
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad the member recognized that we are indeed following the rules and the laws of this land. And that is something in which we are doing. And when you are following the laws, Mr. Speaker, there cannot be a conflict of interest. The Conservatives know that because we are following the same rules that the Conservatives had in place when they were in government, Mr. Speaker. We have a Prime Minister that is accessible to all Canadians, as is this Cabinet, as are the members of the Liberal caucus, and there is no cost for that, Mr. Speaker. We are, in fact, following the rules.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Let's cut to the chase here, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals' own open and accountable government guidelines are a charade. They have become a joke. The Prime Minister never intended to follow them, and frankly, his ministers might as well just rip them up. That being said, I have one question. Is there anyone on that side of the House that has a problem with the Prime Minister selling access and influence to billionaire communist donors for the favors that they want? Anybody?
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Order.
Madam Speaker, talk about pumping up the rhetoric. You know, we're all Canadians. The members should know that it is Canadians that donate to political parties. At least, Mr. Speaker, that is a part of the law. The law is important to recognize here because, in fact, the Liberal Party has been following the law, Mr. Speaker, and that's why there is no conflict of interest. At the end of the day, we have a government that is open to all Canadians, and that has been demonstrated in a very historical fashion. Never before have I witnessed in my 25 years a government that has been so aggressively progressive in terms of reaching out, connecting with Canadians, and delivering on the policies that are important to Canadians.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Absolutely ridiculous. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's own guidelines say there should be no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access because individuals have made financial contributions. Well, so much for that, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister can't keep himself from giving donations.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader knows that we don't use props in here and tearing up of papers, certainly using a prop. So I asked the Honourable Opposition Leader to finish her question.
Mr. Speaker, I will gladly tape it back up, and maybe the Prime Minister will follow his own ethical guidelines. The Prime Minister can't keep himself from selling influence to billionaire Chinese communists. How can Canadians trust any of his ethical standards?
Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, the member obviously is on a fishing trip. What she's trying to do is stitch together a whole series of things which, when taken together, have absolutely no basis in reality. One thing I can tell her, Mr. Speaker, is instead of ripping up an artificial piece of paper, one thing we didn't do is leave fundraising events in leg irons in a sheriff's van, or like Peter Panashaway, resign in disgrace for not following the fundraising rules.
Order. Order. Alors.
Order. Order.
It definitely is Wednesday. Members are excited.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata-Lebesgue. Order. Mr. Speaker, when he's not calling his opponents stupid, the parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister sometimes shows good common sense. On Twitter, he conceded that sometimes doing things more quickly costs more. Well, bravo. That's exactly the problem that we're denouncing. We want to see public investments in infrastructure as promised, and not a privatization of income through tolls and user fees. The Liberals, will they abandon this bank to privatize our infrastructure, or will they keep listening to their little buddies from Bay Street and Wall Street?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Speaker, we put forward an agenda to invest more than $180 billion in public infrastructure from coast to coast to coast. And only 8% of that infrastructure will be delivered through the bank. And the role of the bank is to build more infrastructure for Canadian communities, not less infrastructure. And vast majority of the communities, municipalities, and provinces are supportive of that plan, and we're proud to deliver in partnership with them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Yesterday, the minister asked what the NDP would do to invest in infrastructure. Well, I'm happy to tell him. What we would do is invest public dollars for public infrastructure. This is what the Liberals promised during the campaign, but now they're moving full speed ahead with privatization. We've seen how privatization and P3s cost taxpayers millions, yet this Liberal infrastructure bank is a P3 system on steroids. Why are the Liberals so intent on a system that will cost more while imposing tolls and user fees on Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, if the member opposite and her party supports public dollars for public infrastructure, they will support our budget, because that's exactly what we're doing. We're investing $180 billion of public money into public infrastructure to help communities build public transit, to build more affordable housing, to build recreational and cultural facilities, as well as invest into green infrastructure to reduce the impact of greenhouse gas emissions and to make our communities more resilient and sustainable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' decision to sole source the Super Hornet is very dangerous and is another broken promise. It's dangerous for taxpayers since there is no price announced yesterday. It's dangerous to Canadian jobs since all F-18s are made in Missouri. And it's dangerous to our Air Force, who will now be flying obsolete fighter jets. Do the Liberals even have a clue how much a Super Hornet is going to cost Canadian taxpayers and how many jobs are going to be lost in Canada's aerospace industry? Good question.
Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, what I'm very pleased about is our announcement yesterday for an open and transparent competition that will ensure that our men and women in uniform get the equipment they need to do the jobs expected of them. Mr. Speaker, we are going to make sure that we have a robust, transparent competition that will ensure that Canadians will get jobs from coast to coast to coast as a result of our determination to do what's right for the men and women in our military. Yes.
Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint Charles. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Liberals announced that they were going to take billions of dollars from Canadians to cover the Prime Minister's behind. The decision to buy an interim plane doesn't make any sense. According to the RCAF, the current fleet of CF-18s will be operational until 2025. That gives them the time to have a procurement process that starts now. But the government's going to buy 18 Super Hornets as an interim fleet. These planes cost $335 million each to fill a hole that doesn't exist. How much is this useless acquisition going to cost Canadians? How much?
Mr. Speaker, the previous government decided to risk manage the capability gap. Our government is not willing to take this risk. We're going to be investing in the Canadian Armed Forces. That's why we're going to have an interim fleet of new aircraft to fill this gap and making sure that we can meet all our obligations to NORAD, NATO, and any unforeseen situations. If anybody thinks that we're not going to have any unforeseen situations, then think about 9/11 when we had to put every single fighter up in the air. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, they're buying a bunch of flying white elephants. The Prime Minister is risking
Canadian jobs, taxpayers' money, and the well-being of our pilots. The former head of procurement of National Defence, Alan Williams, said, "You don't tell a company you intend on buying their product and then trying to negotiate a price." Mr. Speaker, that's like me walking into a car dealership telling the salesman that I'll buy a car in the showroom and then try to sit down and negotiate a price. Everybody knows that this is ridiculous, and the Liberals have bungled this file completely. Will the Prime Minister reverse this irresponsible decision and immediately launch a fair competition?
Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, there's an obligation on this government to make sure that the men and women have the equipment they need to do the job expected of them. That's exactly what we're doing because of the capability gap that this government over there did not take care of. We are taking care of that so that we can make sure that they are not in harm's way and that we can fulfill our obligations. In the meantime, we are having an open and transparent competition just like we committed to do, and we are taking care of our men and women in uniform.
Afraid I have to remind the honourable members for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman and Abbotsford that once the question is asked, we need to hear the answer, and so they should not be talking.
Honourable member for Beauport, Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, in recent years, our participation in the Joint Strike Fighter program has injected over $1 billion in Canada's economy and created and maintained thousands of jobs across Canada. Yesterday, the Premier of Manitoba, Mr. Pallister, expressed his fears about the acquisition of the Super Hornet because these planes are built almost exclusively in the United States, Mr. Speaker. Is that this government's leadership to create jobs outside the country? Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Public Services please confirm that that's what she's doing? Has she forgotten her mandate?
Economic development.
Mr. Speaker, our #1 priority is to create good quality jobs in Canada. And through this initiative, we're going to use the Industrial Technological Benefit Initiative to maximize opportunities for Canadian businesses. This will, of course, help Manitoba. This will help Manitoba, Quebec, Ontario, Atlantic Canada, British Columbia. From coast to coast to coast, we will see a very strong and vibrant aerospace and defense sector, which contributes over 235,000 jobs and $31 billion of economic activity. That's what we're proud of. We're going to continue to invest in that sector and create good quality jobs.
Honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, 10 times I stood in this House last week and asked if the government would fix their flawed CPP legislation, Bill C-26. 10 times I received non-answers. Today I'll be introducing my amendment at committee to fix this Liberal flaw that will have serious consequences on the well-being of Canadian women and the people living with disabilities. I have a very simple question for the Minister. Will he fix the flaw in this bill by supporting my amendment? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell this House that we were very pleased to enhance the Canada Pension Plan. We know that that improves outcomes for Canadians, all Canadians, in future around Canada Pension Plan opportunities. We also recognize that it's particularly good for women who have less participation in workforce pension plans and who live longer. So we are indeed sure that this is a positive thing for women. We will continue to advocate for provisions that will make sense for all Canadians, including women, and it's something I will bring up at the meeting with premiers.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Are you kidding? How can a feminist government be proud of a bill that penalizes women? Yesterday, Alberta MLA Sandra Jansen rose in the legislature to read out some of the hateful and misogynistic comments she had received after joining the NDP. We need to ask ourselves why women in politics are targeted with sexually violent language when men are not. Will this government stand with Sandra Jansen, denounce sexist language in our politics, and work with us to remove misogyny from this House?
Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I share the members' disgust at the misogyny that women in politics, in fact, in public spheres, receive every single day in the cyber world, but in the real world as well. And that is why we're working so hard to make sure that we have a comprehensive federal strategy that will address the violence that women are receiving, whether it's in the cyber world, whether it's in the real world, whether it's in their personal life. And I am very proud of this work, and I look forward to working with the member opposite to make sure that we achieve our goal. Thank you.
Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has instructed the Justice Minister to gut the laws that punish criminals and protect victims of crime. These are the laws that the previous Conservative government supported. First, the victim surcharge got chopped, and now mandatory jail times are under threat. Why is it that the Liberals have a problem with a 50-year-old man molesting a 15-year-old girl not being subject to mandatory imprisonment? What's their problem with that? Let's hear it.
Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to speak to this again. To repeat, without question, child sexual assault is absolutely unacceptable. What the Prime Minister has instructed me to do is to do a comprehensive review of the criminal justice system, including sentencing reform. That includes a comprehensive review of mandatory minimum penalties. It's evident over the last number of years that mandatory minimum penalties are being challenged by the courts. The necessary discretion for judges needs to be in place. We are going to move forward with this comprehensive review and fundamentally ensure that the protection of the rights of Canadians are imbued in the sentencing reforms that we undertake.
I'm afraid I made an error. The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Speaker, as a former mayor, I know that virtually all of my colleagues, including my successor in Hamilton, were enthusiastic about our platform to support communities, local communities, by investing in infrastructure projects. These projects will not only strengthen our local economies, but will also improve the quality of life for Canadians. With many of my colleagues meeting today with representatives and stakeholders, could the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities tell this House how our government is supporting our municipalities?
Excellent question.
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as a former city councillor and now minister, I welcome the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to the Hill. Our government is delivering on our $180 billion 12-year infrastructure plan in partnership with our municipalities, provinces, and territories. We will continue to listen to and work with rural and urban municipalities and the FCM to ensure that our plan benefits all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister, a self-described feminist, defended the disturbing decision of an Ontario judge to throw out a mandatory sentence for sexual interference involving a 15-year-old girl. Does the Minister of Justice support the position of a Prime Minister, or is she finally prepared to stand up for victims and assure Canadians that the government will not roll back mandatory sentences for child sexual predators? Yes or no?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am committed to standing up and following through with the mandate that the Prime Minister gave me to do a comprehensive review of the criminal justice system, including sentencing reform, and that includes looking at mandatory minimum penalties to ensure the laws that we have in place are meeting their objectives. This is what I'm going to undertake. Certainly with respect to child sexual assault, that is wrong, and we are going to ensure that we work with the judiciary, work with all the actors in the criminal justice system to ensure that we're achieving the ends of the legislation that we have in place.
Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals are taking away $15 billion from communities to set up their new bank. We repeatedly warned that the small and rural communities would be left out of the funding opportunities. Instead of listening, the Liberals called Canadians stupid and irresponsible for raising concerns. Yesterday, the Finance Minister was forced to admit that small communities will, in fact, be left out. When will the Liberals stop betraying rural communities and start working to get infrastructure built in every part of the country?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, we understand that the infrastructure is the foundation for building strong and sustainable communities, including the rural communities. So let me tell you what we are doing. Water and wastewater upgrades for Red Deer, Alberta. Upgrades to town of Lanigan Water in Saskatchewan. Wastewater treatment upgrades for Selkirk and Gimli in Manitoba. Wastewater upgrades to Royal Oak Bay, Ontario. And there's more I can say, but now I encourage members to actually visit Infrastructure Canada website and see how many projects we are funding for.
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, all those projects don't come from the Infrastructure Bank. It wasn't even around when they were funded. The government's creating a new infrastructure bank for its cronies, again with the cronyism. Take $15 billion that was earmarked for municipalities and spend it on the new bank. Yesterday, didn't the Finance Minister himself admit that smaller municipalities would not have the opportunity to fund projects through this bank? Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Infrastructure explain to Canadians why he has been denying this for a month now? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know which part of the plan the member does not understand, and we are investing $180 billion, and we have approved more than 980 projects with combined investment of $12 billion. Out of that, hundreds of projects are for rural communities, helping with water, wastewater infrastructure, with the roadway infrastructure, and all kind of infrastructure that our rural communities need. We are proud to develop a plan that is going to work for all communities, large cities, mid-sized cities, and rural and northern communities.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, according to the member for Quebec City, it'll cost no less than $400 million to repaint the rusty Quebec City Bridge. During the election campaign, the Liberals promised to take charge if no solution was found by June 30th, 2016. 5 months later, there's no agreement in sight with CN. Is the bridge going to serve as a billboard for projects funded by the Infrastructure Bank, thereby sticking the public with the bill through user fees instead of CN? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to take this opportunity to say that the situation in Quebec City is quite different from what it was for the past 10 years. People are talking to one another, they're cooperating, they're sharing information, they're working as a team. People respect one another, they listen to one another. We're working for a forward-looking economy, for sustainable development, for a good economy for the Quebec City area, and good news for Quebec City. I'm very glad to be a part of it all.
Mr. Speaker, we keep seeing how this government puts a priority on their Bay Street friends instead of everyday Canadians. We have a minister who won't stand up to the billionaire to whom the Liberals sold the Port of Churchill, and a Prime Minister who's busy going to Cash for Access fundraisers and yet hasn't visited Churchill or the Arctic since the election. Manitoba municipalities are calling for federal action to reopen the port in 2017. So when will the Liberals stop catering to their billionaire friends and stand up for Canada by saving the Port of Churchill?
Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I like the fact that the member opposite has asked this question, but when this issue came to fruition, I reached out to her in her office, and she was very reluctant to get involved. So we took leadership. I had the opportunity to work with my colleagues from Manitoba who showed leadership on this file. That is why we invested $4.6 million in Churchill. That is why I personally went to Churchill and met with the Northern delegation. We're committed to finding a solution there. We're committed to creating jobs, Mr. Speaker, and that funding will help with Arctic research. That funding will help with tourism. That funding will help the community, Mr. Speaker. That's leadership.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack HoC.
Speaker, that's embarrassing. 100,000 energy workers have lost their jobs since this government took office, and the Liberals are making things worse. The Energy East pipeline is stalled as National Energy Board hearings are on an indefinite hold. The Northern Gateway pipeline is in limbo as the Liberals have refused to respond to a recent court ruling. The Kinder Morgan pipeline decision has been delayed by 6 months due to additional Liberal red tape. Middle-class energy workers are hurting in this country. When will the minister start doing his job, stand up for energy workers, and make sure these job-creating energy projects get built?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we have shown certainty where before there was only uncertainty. We have a very specific set of timelines that are predictable. They're predictable to proponents. They're predictable for those who want to offer their opinion on all of these projects. The member has mentioned 4 or 5 projects. What they share is that there is predictability, there is timeline, there is a process, none of which was the case when we took power.
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, the only thing predictable is that Liberals will never stand up for Canadian energy workers. And these pipeline projects are waiting for a green light. If built, they will create tens of thousands of well-paying jobs for Canadians from coast to coast. While middle-class energy workers are hurting, this Liberal government has done nothing to help them. When will the minister start to do his job, stand up for Canadian energy workers, and help get these projects built?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask the member one of his favorite questions. How many kilometres of pipeline did his government build to export markets? The answer is 0. And the reason that the answer is 0 is because the people of Canada lost credibility in the process. In order to rebuild that credibility, we have established a set of rules that will govern those projects that are currently under review that will lead to long-term reform of the National Energy Board, which is in Canada's interests.
Honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Order.
Mr. Speaker, 31 Aboriginal communities are partners, equity owners in the Northern Gateway project. As they wrote in a statement last September, collectively our communities stand to benefit from more than $2 billion directly from this project. $2 billion, Mr. Speaker. That's going to be for jobs, for businesses, for educational opportunities, for long-term benefit. So I want to ask this minister, will he follow the court order and immediately start to renegotiate consultations with the Indigenous communities?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
We don't want to refer to what the Federal Court of Appeal said in the Northern Gateway case. It said that the Harper government had insufficiently consulted Indigenous peoples.
That's right.
That was the reason.
Yeah.
Not because of the proponent, not because of the regulator, but because of her government. We think that Canadians deserve a better process, and that's what we're giving them.
Right on.
Honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada was given a mandate to ensure that the government maintains the greatest possible respect for the Charter of Rights and Freedoms in all of its legislation. Can my honourable colleague inform this House what concrete steps the government is taking to demonstrate its commitment to the Charter on behalf of all Canadians, including the LGBTQ2 community, who has long advocated for equality of rights when it comes to sexual orientation?
The Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Eglinton Lawrence for the question. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms is the pride of all Canadians, and our government is committed to ensuring that our legislation is constitutional and ensures the highest standards that Canadians expect. As with all legislation that I've introduced as Minister, I was very pleased to last week introduce a charter statement on Bill C-32, an act to repeal Section 159 of the Criminal Code. And in doing so and tabling a charter statement, ensuring that we invite the public and parliamentarians into the thinking and the review that I've undertaken to ensure that our legislation is constitutional.
The member for Abbotsford.
The government has announced a coal plan that will drive up electricity costs across Canada. We've seen this story before. In Ontario, Gerald Butts orchestrated the infamous Green Energy Plan, where electricity rates skyrocketed to the highest in North America. The policy was such a disaster that Premier Wynne had to publicly apologize. Now Mr. Butts has convinced the Prime Minister to adopt the same crazy plan. Why are they so intent on driving seniors out of their homes and businesses out of our country? And why won't he stop this insanity before he has to also apologize? Great question.
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his question. I'm extraordinarily proud of the action taken by our government to phase out coal-fired power by 2030. This is a very important measure. That it will not only reduce greenhouse gas emissions, it will improve the health of Canadians, it will improve the health of elderly people, of young kids who have asthma, it will stop premature deaths, and we will be working with all of the provinces and territories to ensure that we have a win-win solution for ratepayers, for workers, and for the economy.
I urge members to show a little more respect for each other. The Honourable Member, Berthier-Mascouche.
The honourable member for Berthier-Mascouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals promise to be transparent and to work in the interest of Canadians. But when it comes to the St. Cuthbert, Mascouche and Terrebonne airfields, the Transport Minister is content with bungled, biased consultations that favour proponents at the expense of our communities. That's not good enough, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister listen to the people of St. Cuthbert, come clean, and put a halt to this project? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, it's the federal government's responsibility to study these airport applications. We do it with the public interest at heart and safety, of course. In the cases of St. Cuthbert and Mascouche, I issued an order to force proponents in each case to conduct consultations. That's an important part of the process. I stressed the importance of consultations, and in the case of St. Cuthbert, the decision has not yet been made. Thank you.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
As all members in this House, overdose crisis going on in BC and across Canada. Can the minister update this House on what she is doing to work with our partners in health from across Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Surrey Centre for his important question. As the member well knows, we are facing a growing and serious public health crisis in this country as it relates to opioids. We are determined to make sure that we proceed actively on a drug policy that is collaborative, comprehensive, compassionate, and evidence-based. And it's for that reason that last weekend I co-hosted a conference and summit in Ottawa where we brought together people with lived experiences, their families, healthcare professionals, every level of government. We had educators and regulators, and we all worked together on a plan to address this crisis. We will work in partnership to find immediate solutions.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, when the minister says closing the Vegreville Immigration Centre is to, and I quote, ensure tax dollars are spent on quality services, he insults my constituents. In fact, officials praise Vegreville staff, saying it's a model, an innovative office, doing exemplary work, and exceeding targets. Claiming the closure is to improve efficiencies is a slap in the face to the hard-working staff there. When will the minister stop attacking my constituents and reverse this edict?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have certainly reached out to the Mayor of Vegreville through my staff. I've offered to have a meeting with the member opposite. But the fact remains that this is a decision driven by the need to produce lower processing times, better service, and a growing immigration service. There will be a net addition of jobs in Alberta, and all those currently working in Vegreville will be able to work in Alberta in the future.
Order. This will conclude question period for today. For Red Deer Lacombe is rising on a point of order.
Speaker,
order.
I'd like to read to you from a document in start of my point of order. In this document it says that ministers and parliamentary secretaries must avoid conflict of interest, the appearance of conflict of interest in situations that have the potential to involve conflict of interest, and there should be no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access accorded to individuals.
Order. This sounds like debate. I encourage the member to get to his point of order very quickly.
His answer today, the Minister of Fisheries actually referred to this document as artificial, and it's the open and accountable government document. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to seek unanimous consent to table this document in the House.
It appears there is no unanimous consent. Tabling of documents. If you can hear my voice, say shh. I encourage members to take all their discussions out into the lobbies. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present this petition concerning seniors in Canada. We will soon see a dramatic demographic shift in Canadians over the age of 65. Currently, 1 in 6 Canadians is a senior. 1 in 14 years will be shifted to 1 in 4. Canada needs to prepare for this dramatically changing demographic and the unique needs of seniors. This is why the petitioners are calling upon Parliament to appoint a minister for seniors and develop a national strategy for seniors. Thank you.
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by campers who stayed at the Cedar Shade Campground in Alfred, Ontario, a small paradise located in the riding of Glengarry Prescott Russell. The petitioners call on the government to ensure that campgrounds with less than 5 full-time employees year-round will continue to be recognized and taxed as small businesses.
Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise again to table petitions to the Minister of Transport. The petitioners are from Sprague, Blind River, Elliott Lake, Echo Bay, Prince Township, Goulet, and Labrador City, and many from Sault Ste. Marie. The issue, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that the passenger train is no longer running, and it's causing substantial hardship to the residents and businesses, that there hasn't been proper consultation with First Nations, and the Algoma passenger train has been the only safe, affordable, all-season access into the Algoma Wilderness Rail Corridor for over 100 years. There's a significant economic impact there, Mr. Speaker, and the citizens are asking that the Minister of Transport put the Algoma passenger train back in service in order to ensure the mission of Transport Canada to serve the public interest through promotion of a safe and secure, efficient and environmentally responsible transportation system in Canada, Mr. Speaker, and I quote. Thank you.
Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition signed by Canadians from the neighbouring riding of Peterborough. The petitioners are concerned about the accessibility and impact of violent and degrading sexually explicit material online and the impact on public health, especially the well-being of women and girls. As such, these petitioners call on the House of Commons to adopt motion M47.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the past week, a report came out in Quebec stating that half of all children under the age of 6 are victims of some type of violence. Too many families must devote more than 30% of their income simply for housing. That's why we need to take action quickly, and I'm very proud to table once again today petitions from people who are supporting Bill C-245 on November 30th. By adopting this bill, we can start working immediately on a reduction strategy for poverty among children. With 1.3 million children living in poverty, we must take action quickly.
Mr. Speaker, support for my private member's bill continues to grow right across the country. Today I'm pleased to table a petition from the Prairie provinces calling for the adoption of my Bill C-228. The petitioners are asking the government to show leadership and embrace innovation and technology that will help save wild salmon and make Canada a world leader in sustainable aquaculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Of course. Honourable Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to table a petition on veterans. I think it's particularly important that we note that those that signed the petition were calling on the government to honour the social, legal and financial covenant that we hold dear with our veterans. They're asking for the government to immediately halt the proceedings against the veterans group Equitas, and they ask that the government hold to these commitments made in the last election and go back to the negotiating table and restore their pension plans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to table a petition signed by RCMP members and their families calling on the government to fix Bill C-7 and remove the exclusions that they on bargaining items that they fought very hard in court to get the right to bargain to. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
It agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Notices of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be also allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. I have a request for an emergency debate. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, I wrote to you to press for an emergency debate on the jobs crisis in Alberta, Alberta's energy sector, pursuant to Standing Order 52. Albertans are facing the worst economic headwinds in several generations. Over 122,000 energy workers have lost their jobs since the oil crash, and the Alberta unemployment rate now sits at 8.5%. Calgary's unemployment rate is 10.2% and climbing unabated. In Edmonton, excluding the public sector, it's over 10%. The vacancy rate for commercial lease space is climbing to record highs of 30%, and this year, over 11,000 businesses have failed or moved in Calgary. This small business extinction is unlike anything we've seen in 40 years. A generation of young Albertans have no jobs waiting for them upon graduation. 1 in 9 Calgarians are now using the food bank. Food bank use is now over a higher 60% across Alberta. Divorce rates are at record highs. Substance abuse of fentanyl is rampant, and domestic abuse is on the rise. Our communities are suffering. Families are struggling, and a generation of young people have no career prospects. The impact of the Alberta recession goes far beyond our provincial borders. Pipeline manufacturers, skilled workers in Atlantic Canada, and the financial services sector in Toronto are deeply invested in the mining and energy industries. I draw your attention, Mr. Speaker, to past emergency debates granted on softwood lumber job losses on November 1st, 2001 on page 6,807 in the Commons debates, and on the fisheries industry job losses on April 28, 2003. On page 5,456, and finally on the livestock industry job losses on February 13, 2008 on page 3,012, again of the Commons debates. Mr. Speaker, I humbly ask you, on behalf of Alberta families, give us a chance to be heard here on the impact of the disastrous job losses in the energy sector and the knock-on effect all across Canada. Thank you.
Thank the honourable member for raising this question, for an excellent intervention. While I do not find that it meets the very strict requirements of the standing order, I'm aware that this party has an opposition day coming up, and he's obviously very persuasive. Perhaps he'll be able to persuade his party to choose that topic at the opposition day. And now I have a point of order. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to contribute arguments as to why my private member's bill, Bill C-243, does not infringe on the financial initiative of the Crown and therefore does not require royal recommendation. I appreciate the time of this House to present these arguments. As you know, Mr. Speaker, this is the only opportunity I have to do it, and I have to do it all orally to get on the record, so I apologize in advance for the time it will take to do that. I want to begin by outlining exactly what my bill will do. The first part provides a development of the National Maternity Assistance Program, and the second part would amend Section 22 of the Employment Insurance Act to expand the window of time for when existing maternity benefits can be taken if you work in a hazardous job that poses a risk to your maternal health. Specifically, it would allow women to begin taking their 15 weeks of maternity benefits 15 weeks prior to their due date, rather than just 8 weeks as the current rules allow. The argument I'm putting forward today will focus on addressing the amendments to the EI Act under Part 2 of the bill. I will show that Bill C-243 does not increase or change the total benefits that an individual is entitled to, and therefore it does not constitute a new and distinct expenditure. My argument has two parts, and I will be citing both academic literature, in particular by Lou Nyuk and Keys in the Canadian Parliamentary Review, as well as relevant parliamentary precedent throughout my remarks. First, I will briefly show that Bill C-243 does not increase or change the total benefits that an individual is entitled to, and therefore does not constitute a new and distinct expenditure. Second, I will show that these changes do not substantially alter the objects or purposes of maternity benefits. In other words, I will be arguing that they do not create or envision a new function. The first thing to note is that there is a general authorization for EI expenditures which is sufficiently broad to encompass the provisions of this bill. To illustrate this, consider the comment on Royal Recommendation from Keys 1999 on page 19. Quote, an amending bill that merely reenacts or consolidates existing expenditure provisions does not require recommendation, end quote. The provisions contained in Bill C-243 would simply reallocate or shift existing maternity benefits which are already authorized under the Employment Insurance Act. As such, the changes would fall within the purview of Royal Recommendation, which provides for the general authorization of EI expenditures. Allow me to further explain with reference to specific examples why this modest shifting of benefits does not introduce new and distinct expenditures. There are 4 elements to which must be considered to substantiate this claim. The first obvious point is that this bill does not increase the amount of benefits paid to an individual. Since the amount that an individual is entitled to per week would not change, there is no concern that it would affect estimates or payments from the Consolidated Revenue Fund. This bill differentiates Bill C-243 from other private members' bills that were deemed to require royal recommendation, such as past Bills C-278 and 279. Second, Bill C-243 does not increase the benefit period or the number of weeks that an individual is entitled to claim. Eligible recipients would still only be entitled to 15 weeks of maternity benefits. The only difference relates to the window of time for when these benefits can be taken. I want to be very clear that this is the only change. In this way, Bill C-243 can be differentiated from several other bills, such as Bill C-278, which sought to increase EI sickness benefits from 15 to 50 weeks. Third, Bill C-243 does not change the eligibility requirements such that more individuals would become eligible for EI, whereas Bills C-279, 265, and C-280 would have changed the qualification requirements and thus expanded how many people could access benefits. Bill C-243 does not do this. For example, in the case of Bill C-279, the Speaker explained that, quote, more individuals would be eligible to receive EI benefits and those currently eligible would receive increased benefits, end quote. Fourth, since Bill C-243 simply shifts existing entitlements, the only costs associated with this legislation would be administrative. And it has been well established in previous rulings that these administrative costs do not require spending for a new function, but instead they are operational costs that are part of the department's ongoing mandate. As such, they have constantly been ruled as to not require new royal recommendation. To summarize my argument that spending under this bill is not new and distinct, I want to quote Keys 1999, who argued on page 20 that royal recommendation is not for, quote, provisions authorizing charges that are already or were previously authorized by Parliament. For example, a bill consolidating or revising existing legislation or authorizing spending for a particular group of people already covered under general legislation, end quote. In fact, that is exactly what this bill does. It authorizes spending for a particular group of people, women working in hazardous jobs, who are already covered under general legislation. In this case, the Employment Insurance Act. While Bill C-243 does shift the window of time for when an individual can receive maternity benefits, it must be understood that these are benefits that many women are already entitled to. They are not new and distinct. I will now concentrate on the second reason why my bill might require royal recommendation, which is whether or not it fundamentally changes the objects or purposes of spending. In other words, does this bill envision a new function for maternity benefits? The central question on which you will have to rule, Mr. Speaker, is whether EI maternity benefits are currently intended to protect the health of a mother and her unborn child. If this function exists under this current spending regime, my bill would not require royal recommendation, as it simply shifts existing benefits in a manner consistent with the existing purpose. I will present several arguments to show that the maternal health is one of the functions, if not the primary function, of maternity benefits. I will begin by noting that while we are tasked with determining the purpose of EI maternity benefits, the actual enabling legislation, the EI Act, says nothing explicitly on this issue. As such, to make this determination, we will be required to make reasonable inferences based on other factors, including the eligibility criteria, their practical usage, and indeed common sense understanding. Let's consider the purpose and eligibility criteria of maternity benefits according to the departmental website. Quote, a maximum of 15 weeks of EI maternity benefits is available. The 15 weeks can start as early as 8 weeks before the expected date of birth and can end as late as 17 weeks after the actual date of birth. My central argument is that protecting maternal health is a function of maternity benefits under the existing legislation and usage. That is why my bill, which touches directly on this function through existing entitlements, cannot be considered to be creating a new function. The function already exists. The fact that applicants are already permitted to take benefits during their pregnancy up to 8 weeks prior to their due date is strong evidence that maternal health and maintaining a safe pregnancy are existing purposes of maternity benefits. The legislation may not explicitly recognize this or any purpose of maternity benefits, but I believe the interpretation and spirit of the law confirm this understanding. Legal analysis of the existing provisions is valuable, but should be complemented by practical understanding of the benefits. In other words, it is not just my opinion that maternity benefits can be interpreted as having a maternal health function, but this is exactly how the benefits are being used. Melanie Ballard, a constituent from my riding, is one of many Canadians who chose to access their maternity benefits early because their job posed a risk to their health and that of their unborn child. This is not only allowed under the current rules, but in fact, it is one of the main reasons why benefits can be taken 8 weeks before birth. All Bill C-243 does is emphasize one of the existing purposes and practical usages of maternity benefits. That's it. To be clear, I do not mean to suggest that this is the only function of maternity benefits or the only reason the legislation permits pre-confinement access. Indeed, maternity benefits can be taken after birth, and in that sense, they are also intended to provide a recovery period for the mother after childbirth. The key point to make is that maternity benefits should not be so narrowly interpreted as to exclude the function of maternal health, given the structure of the benefits and how they are practically used. I will now present statements as to why my argument that employment insurance and in particular maternity benefits do serve the purpose of supporting a healthy pregnancy. To begin, consider the statement from the Director General of EI, who, when she appeared before the HoC Committee on May 8, 2014, said, and I quote, maternity benefits provide income support for a 15-week period surrounding childbirth to allow recovery from physical or emotional effects of pregnancy and childbirth, end quote. It is clear from this statement that maternity benefits are used to support maternal health during pregnancy. Perhaps more specifically, you will have to answer whether maternity benefits serve the purpose of protecting the mother when her job poses a risk to her health or that of her unborn child. In other words, do EI maternity benefits serve a similar purpose to the preventative withdrawal program that exists in Quebec? This is a topic to which has actually been discussed during debates in this House, in particular on past private members' bills C-380 and C-307. I would refer you to a contribution from the member of Coast of Bays Central Notre Dame on May 3, 2012, when they said, and I quote, provinces outside of Quebec have been relying for numerous years on the Employment Insurance Act for compensation for pregnant and nursing women in circumstances of preventative withdrawal from work, end quote. Mr. Speaker, that sort of statement makes my argument quite succinctly and coherently. A similar explanation for how employment insurance benefits are used for the purpose of protecting a mother and her unborn child were put forward in this House on October 17, 2005 by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour and Housing at the time, saying, quote, women under federal jurisdiction, if they must take leave, have access to employment insurance. The understanding that maternity benefits are an income support during a period of preventative withdrawal was corroborated by multiple members during the debate of the proceedings on both Bills C-307 and 380. In addition to members of Parliament, and I am very close to the end, Mr. Speaker, this understanding of EI has been affirmed by departmental officials as well. When asked during the HoC Committee of October 22, 2003, about whether Canada had a system of preventative withdrawal, the Director of Labour Standards and Workplace Equity responded, quote, "Where the job has been determined to be dangerous, the employer has an obligation to attempt to reassign her to work that is not unsafe for that of her or her unborn child or nursing child. If it is possible or not reasonably practical for the employer to reassign that individual, then she is entitled to leave without pay. What would happen under those circumstances is that she would take advantage of the employment insurance program. It is clear that the employment insurance program, in particular the 8 weeks of pre-birth maternity benefits, are an integral part of supporting women who choose to leave their jobs due to hazardous conditions. Even though some statements do not mention maternity benefits explicitly, it is clear that these are the main forms of EI that would apply in these cases. The final point I would make is to clarify that this bill does not affect any other type of EI benefits, in particular parental or sickness benefits. Parental benefits would still only be able to be taken after confinement, which is in keeping with their existing purpose. One might think that the protection of the expectant mother better falls under the category of sickness benefits. In fact, this is a very common misconception of sickness benefits. The reality is that sickness benefits can be accessed if the individual is sick, not if there is a risk to her maternal health. Unlike maternity benefits, they cannot be taken for the purpose of protecting the health of the mother and that of her unborn child from the risks of a hazardous work environment. Let me be clear. 8 of 15 weeks of maternity benefits can and are frequently being used for that purpose. Because this function and purpose is well established, my bill cannot be said to be creating a new function. To conclude, the intent of my bill is simply to emphasize an existing function of maternity benefits, maternal health, for those who need it the most, women in hazardous work conditions. There is a royal recommendation that exists for spending on maternity benefits. There is no doubt that this bill would affect the manner in which the spending is done. So the central question is, does my bill shift spending in a manner that departs from the original purpose of maternity benefits? Put another way, does protection of women's maternal health fall outside of the purpose of maternity benefits? I submit to you that it does not. In closing, I will draw you to the attention of Keyes, 1999, who argued on page 20 that royal recommendation is not required for cases where the bill authorizes spending for similar functions. Quote, provisions imposing additional functions on publicly funded bodies if the functions are of the same nature as their existing functions or are conferred for similar purposes. End quote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands for his intervention. I understand the honourable member for Essex wishes to intervene on the same point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on the same point of order as the member for Kingston and the Islands. I spoke in support of my colleague's Bill C-243 at second reading, where I stated that this bill is an important first step in addressing the needs of pregnant women who work in potentially hazardous environments. I believe this bill should move forward to committee stage. Frankly, I was surprised to see the sponsor's own party and Prime Minister opposing this bill. They say they need to consult more before they can support the initiative. Mr. Speaker, that sounds ridiculous. Feminist agendas include expectant women. By allowing women working in dangerous jobs to begin using their maternity benefits earlier, and by implementing a national maternity assistance program strategy, this bill will provide women with greater flexibility in the decision-making and hopefully lead to implementation of a pan-Canadian strategy. Mr. Speaker, it's also important to note that employers carry the obligation of accommodation if that reflects the needs of the women who are expecting in their workplace. I also spoke about my own experience with a high-risk pregnancy while working on an auto assembly line. And
Order. The honourable member is addressing the pros and cons of the bill, but this, of course, is not debate. We're examining here the question of whether there ought to be a royal recommendation. I'd ask the member to address herself to that issue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, speaking to my own experience in this particular situation in the workplace, I support the comments made by the honourable colleague and echo his position that the bill should not require a royal recommendation. Women already have the ability to begin using their maternity leave benefits while pregnant. This bill would allow them to begin using these benefits even earlier. Therefore, I do not see how this would create any new function. While the bill may not be the ideal solution for women and their families, they need the flexibility to make the best choices for health and well-being. They already have some flexibility, so again, I do not see how granting them more flexibility changes the purpose of the maternity leave benefits. I thank my honourable colleague and for his speech in the House today, and rightfully pointing out that the question before you, Mr. Speaker, is whether or not Bill C-243 would change the purpose or create a new function for maternity benefits. Clearly, the function already exists. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Essex for her intervention, and I will return to the House in due course with a ruling. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills. Commons resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-30, an act to implement the CETA. There are 2 minutes remaining following the speech from the member of Joliette for questions and comments.
Oh, excusez-moi.
Excuse me. 2 minutes for debate. The honourable member for Joliette. Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order. The honourable member for Joliette. You indicated there were 2 minutes remaining for the previous speaker, and I have my 10 minutes.
Excusez-moi, c'est mon.
Excuse me, that is my mistake. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The debate on the bill to implement the free trade agreement with Europe is being held in quite a particular context. Around the world, people are showing their skepticism for free trade agreements, and that when they're not furious with them. We saw it with Britain's referendum to leave the European Union, and we saw it again in the American election. Working America, the America of factories, America that was hit hard by delocalizations. Well, that America expressed its fury and voted for Donald Trump. It's easy to condemn populism, and it's easy to be condescending and to say that people just don't understand. But refusing to listen to people, that means that we're not doing our job when we represent them. People are right sometimes to be skeptical. They're expressing their dashed hopes. For 30 years, governments have said that if we deregulate internally and liberalize externally, we'll have prosperity until the end of time. And we know that that was and remains false. By putting our workers in competition with men and women who are being exploited in developing countries, we put downward pressure on salaries here at home. Building something or making something without respecting international agreements on labor rights or environmental protection is unfair competition. And then, of course, there's tax havens. By allowing multinationals to not pay their taxes, the state is imposing a heavier burden on the rest of the population. That's the dark side of globalization. Even if our business elites and populations have been saying that liberalization is a good thing for 30 years, well, it's not always the case. It increases inequality, it gives a leg up to countries that don't have any environmental laws, and it diminishes the ability of states to act for the common good. Neoliberal promises are being broken. That's what happened in the United States, and that's what happens when there's an ideological refusal to look reality in the eyes and not keep our promises. The government has repeated endlessly that it's listening to people's worries, but it's not doing anything to fix problems. In 1988, the government said that it understood those who were worried about free trade with the United States. The implementation bill indicated that there would be a transition fund put in place, and we know that that fund never existed. We saw the same thing in 2002 when China joined the World Trade Organization. The government said that it was listening to people's concerns. It said that it was going to help those sectors that would be hurt by Chinese competition, but it did nothing. At the time, Montreal was the North American fashion capital. Textiles and clothing represented about 40,000 jobs in the Montreal region. 3 years after China joined the WTO, that all disappeared. 40,000 jobs. No, these weren't high-end jobs, but they were often the first job for new immigrants to Canada who were starting their economic integration. That all collapsed overnight, and because Ottawa cut access to EI, many of these new immigrants fell into a spiral of misery and despair. And once again today, Ottawa is doing the same thing, and this time it's our cheese producers and our dairy producers who are paying for this agreement. The compensation that's been announced is completely insufficient. Any trade agreement needs to be accompanied by a transition fund and supported by funding for the sectors that will be hit. The government has to announce this transition funding and it has to finance it. So I understand why people are skeptical, and I share their skepticism. And yet I don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater here. Jacques Parizeau was right when he said that we can't just generally condemn free trade. Quebec is the technological heart of Canada. Half of our technology exports come from Quebec. Developing a high-end product, it takes a long time and it costs a lot of money. To make it profitable, we have to be able to sell it outside the country. We can't absorb all those costs with our internal market. We need to have access to the world if we want to stay a developed society. Quebec is a trading nation. 56% of what we produce is sold outside of Quebec, outside of the country. Despite the negative effects of previous free trade agreements, I don't want to systemically condemn free trade agreements. Quebec needs good free trade agreements, and this leads me now to the agreement with Europe. As our partner here is an ensemble of societies that have standards similar to ours, well, we're not as worried. Europe is not going to put downward pressure on our salaries. It's not China. Europe is not going to put downward pressure on our regulation. Often, Europe has better regulation than we do. Europe is not the United States. It's not going to threaten our culture or our public services. Let's be clear. We're talking about Europe here. CETA is a general agreement that has a very wide scope. And obviously, there are some elements that we're not that happy with. For example, I don't like the chapter on investment protection, even if the mechanism is better than that which exists in Chapter 11 of NAFTA and in the various international agreements that we have already put in place. No, we didn't need that. Our civil code protects property rights, and we have clear rules for expropriations, and our tribunals and courts are independent. It's the same thing in Europe. But despite these irritants, at this stage of this bill, we support it in principle. Europe and Quebec are, well, in some ways, made for each other. Today, Quebec represents 40% of trade between Canada and Europe. Same thing for when it comes to investments. 40% of European investment in Canada is in Quebec. Among English-Canadian businessmen or American businessmen, the Quebec model isn't the most popular, and there's a reason why we only get about 15% of American investment in Canada. Our society is a bit atypical on this side of the Atlantic, but for Europeans, it's completely different. A high level of unionization, well, they're not afraid of that in Europe. Germany is very unionized, and, well, they're doing very well for them. It shows that there's social peace and civilized labor relations. It's the same thing for state intervention in the economy. That leads to financial security in the eyes of European countries. Yes, Quebec and Europe are, in some ways, meant for one another. Quebec is a bridge between America and Europe. And this role of building bridges between America and Europe, it's a role that we were made to play. And even more today, because the agreement that Europe's negotiating with the United States is at a standstill, and when Donald Trump becomes president, it's undoubtedly going to die on the vine. So European businesses will be coming here if they want to get into the American market. And we have everything in place to be a bridge between European and North American businesses. This is an excellent opportunity for our people, for my people, and it has to be done properly. Madam Speaker, in closing, I'll evoke the memory of René Lévesque. In his goodbye speech when he left political life, he said something similar to this. He said, "Look at Quebec. Look at it on a map. Our country, it's an open hand, with the palm facing the United States and open fingers towards the Atlantic, towards Europe. Maybe that's where our destiny as a country is. Culturally, socially, economically, and geographically, well, that's who we are. And that's why, despite the problems at the current stage, we support in principle the bill that we're discussing today." Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Belleuil.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and it's true what he says. There's already a significant relationship between Quebec and Europe when you think about our relationship with our French cousins. There's another important aspect that involves Quebec and this deal, and that is our dairy producers. When you look at the last Parliament, a motion was passed unanimously. It was put forward by a member for Berthier-Masquinongé, and the idea of that motion was that dairy producers should be compensated for any losses. The previous government had promised a certain amount, and the Liberals have lowered it, and now the amount is quite pitiful. So how do you reconcile, how does my colleague reconcile the idea of supporting this at second reading with the idea that the compensation is woefully inadequate? The honourable member for Joliette. Yes, I'd like to thank my colleague for such a good question. It's true that some people have been sacrificed under this deal, and that is the dairy farmers and the cheese producers. Guarantees were provided that the government wouldn't turn its back on them, but what we've heard in recent weeks really isn't enough to cover the losses. So our specialty cheese producers, who are primarily found in Quebec, they're going to have to compete with the Europeans, and the Europeans are heavily subsidized. So it's unfair. It's not a level playing field. We've developed an industry that we're proud of, that's very high quality, and obviously this deal is going to cause a lot of hardship for them. The rules are not fair. It's not a level playing field, and so we're going to have to work on this with my colleagues from the NDP, I'm sure, to make sure that the losses are adequately compensated for. But Quebec is largely in favor of this deal, provided that adequate compensation is provided to offset the losses that our cheese producers will suffer. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bécancour-Nicolette Sorel. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his excellent speech and his good grasp of how Quebecers feel about this trade deal. Let's not forget that all the politicians in the Quebec National Assembly, all political stripes, agree on that. So as Quebecers here, we have to represent the National Assembly here in Ottawa. In his speech, my colleague referred to Chapter 11 of NAFTA. Could he explain what his concerns were about that section? I'm a member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and comment. We're getting into the details here. It's quite technical, but one of the problems that often comes up with trade deals is investor rights. Chapter 11 of NAFTA says that if a multinational sets up shop in a country and the country passes new rules, that company's profits may be affected, and if that's the case, the company can sue the government for lost future profits. That's true of NAFTA. It's true of virtually all international trade deals that Canada has signed to date. Under the Canada-Europe deal, it's not quite the same thing. It's fair market value compensation. So, for example, as I was saying in my speech, Since we already have that type of mechanism and Europe already has that type of mechanism, we don't really need a new provision to that effect. But the clause that was negotiated has a far less substantial effect than NAFTA. I hope that explanation gives, it was clear enough to give people a better understanding. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've said this before in other speeches, and others have said it during debate on this bill, but it bears repeating. Canada was built on trade. In fact, 1 in 5 jobs in Canada today depend directly on exports. Trade between the colonies of Canada, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia provided the impetus for Confederation, and debates among the fathers of Confederation demonstrate that an internal free trade zone in British North America rivaled mutual defense as their top priority. Canada's history as a trading nation doesn't stop within our own borders. Following divisive debates about free trade over a century ago, recent decades have seen a concerted push to broaden our horizons and establish free trade agreements with other countries. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, Canada, the United States, and later Mexico formed a lucrative free trade zone which tripled trilateral trade, tripled investment in Canada by Mexican and American companies, and contributed more than 4.5 million Canadian jobs over the years. The debate over free trade has at times been fierce, and trade has been a significant ballot question over many federal elections. The 1911 election was a virtual single-issue election over reciprocity with the United States. More recently, but still some time ago, many will recall, the bitter election campaign over free trade with the United States in 1988. Brian Mulroney was the Prime Minister of the day, and he had successfully negotiated a monumental free trade agreement with the United States. During that campaign, outrageous claims were made by opponents of free trade. They argued that Canada's social safety net would not survive free trade with the United States. They claimed that public health care would disappear. They claimed that trade threatened Canada's culture and that even our sovereignty was at stake. All complete nonsense. I was a 17-year-old high school student during that election, and even then I could see through the rhetoric and recognize the fear-mongering for what it was. And although I was not old enough to vote in that election, I was old enough to take a stand and choose a side in a debate that would profoundly affect the future of my country. And I took my first concrete step into political activism. I joined the Conservative Party. I couldn't understand those who thought it was in the interest of a trade-dependent country like Canada to make imported goods more expensive and to make our exports less competitive. Instead, I knew that the free trade debate was about freedom. Under the visionary leadership of Brian Mulroney, the original free trade agreement was expanded to include Mexico and became the agreement we now know as NAFTA. Opposition to free trade began to wane. Eventually, the Chrétien government grasped what was at stake and ratified NAFTA. And successive governments launched a flurry of free trade negotiations with many other countries. Ultimately, the previous government concluded an agreement with the European Union representing 28 member states, which we are discussing today, as well as concluding negotiations on the Trans-Pacific Partnership representing 12 countries. So now it falls to the current government to carry on where the previous government left off, to conclude the agreements it started, to bring into force the ones it concluded, and to launch new ones, to continue growing Canada's economy through access to markets for our goods and services. I'm pleased that Liberals and Conservatives can debate how to achieve free trade rather than whether there ought to be free trade. We have before us today a bill to ratify the Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, commonly called CETA. The history of this agreement highlights one of the best points of Canada's political order and electoral system, the possibility of smooth transitions between governing parties without interruption to important national projects which are clearly in Canada's best interests. The process began with Canadian and European counterparts looking into the merits of a closer trade union in 2007. By August 2014, trade officials succeeded in working out the full text of an agreement, a fact which the previous government rightly celebrated as an important milestone. However, The treaty still needed to go through extensive legal review for compatibility with numerous different legal systems and to be translated into many languages. By October 2016, it was ready to sign. And as my colleague, the member for Battleford's Lloydminster, pointed out, this was a very difficult process, translating and getting this agreement into a form compatible with and understood in all of the languages and legal systems of the European Union. So as of today, the vast majority of the agreement is ready to implement, and the few outstanding issues that remain can be ironed out and implemented in short order. So, Madam Speaker, colleagues on both sides of the House have spoken already about the merits of CETA, the merits which CETA will bring to Canada, such as the prospect of creating 80,000 new jobs, adding $12 billion to our GDP, and boosting bilateral trade by 20%. I will not belabor these points further, since they've already received much attention by those better versed in the details. Instead, I'd like to address concerns that have been raised. Although many of these concerns are the same tired, old, unfounded, knee-jerk cliches that have circulated in some circles since the FTA with the United States was negotiated 30 years ago. Opponents of free trade claim, for example, that trade agreements allow business elites to engage in a race to the bottom in terms of workers' wages, labor standards, and environmental regulation. Although I do not accept that premise, I will point out the following to those that do. The European Union represents Canada's peer countries. The European Union is not bursting with sweatshops with barely paid workers. It has strong labor laws and comparable costs and standards of living. The European Union does not play dirty through currency manipulation. It can be expected to bargain honestly and in good faith. The European Union enforces human rights and environmental standards comparable to our own. In short, CETA is a good deal with a good trading partner, which will produce good outcomes for Canadians and Europeans alike. To those who rightly value Canadian sovereignty and examine all agreements for possible infringements, allow me to point out that CETA does not interfere with Canada's right to regulate our own affairs, such as on the economy and environment. The agreement does not touch public services like education and healthcare, which will remain under exclusive Canadian control. Additionally, the agreement does not interfere with financial measures like debt restructuring. Now, Madam Speaker, as a brief aside, I should mention, at the rate that this government is piling on debt and threatening structural deficits, not seen in this country since the times of Trudeau Sr., that latter point about financial measures may be more important than one would hope. But moving from a discussion of concerns about CETA back to one of the benefits it will bring to Canada, I believe that ratification of this bill comes at a critical moment in Canada's relations with our largest trading partner, the United States. As I had mentioned earlier, NAFTA has spurred much economic growth and generated much prosperity in Canada over the last few decades. However, the incoming American president has expressed concerns with NAFTA and may want to renegotiate parts of it. Well, since over 70% of Canada's exports currently go to the United States, the current government must make maintaining or increasing the benefits of NAFTA a top priority in the coming years. However, it must also continue the previous government's drive to diversify Canada's export markets through new agreements like CETA and also the Trans-Pacific Partnership. I hope the Prime Minister will not make any more blunders like the one he has already made by making an unsolicited offer to renegotiate NAFTA. As a trained boxer, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister ought to know better than to lead with his chin. Other steps which the government must take to facilitate trade include approving construction of oil and gas pipelines to get our exports to market and building transportation infrastructure into the north to make it more accessible. There is also much to be done on internal free trade. I was disappointed when the government voted down my colleague's motion to free the beer and seek legal clarity from the Supreme Court as to the constitutional limits on implements to internal trade, but that will be for another day. To conclude, Madam Speaker, the Canada-EU Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement is a good deal for Canada. I look forward to jobs created for my constituents by gaining access to new markets, and I also look forward to better choice for consumers in my riding as well. I pay tribute to Canada's expert professional negotiators and their years of hard work. I acknowledge the tireless efforts of the members from Abbotsford and Battleford's Lloydminster when they were in government, and the visionary leadership of former Prime Minister Stephen Harper. I also thank the current Minister of International Trade and the current Prime Minister for their willingness to finish the job and for their acknowledgement of the role members from both parties have played in getting us to where we are today. After years of rising expectations, a bill to implement this historic agreement is finally before this House, and I, for one, plan to vote for it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I listened intently to my colleague's speech today in the House around this historic deal, and I agree that trade with Europe is too important to get wrong. There have been many things that have changed throughout this agreement, Madam Speaker, things that have happened in this very year that we are currently in that have changed the context of this agreement, and one of those things is the Brexit. 42% of Canadian exports to the EU are to the UK, and Canadian concessions in CETA were based on the premise that the UK would be part of CETA. After Brexit, the Liberal government has failed to reevaluate the net benefit of a CETA without the UK. So if the UK triggers its exit from the EU and also leaves CETA, is the member comfortable with the concessions Canada has made in CETA, given that the UK represents nearly half of Canada's export market to the EU?
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, I thank the member for her question, and it almost kind of sounds like a little bit of a sign of some hesitant support from members of that party that they might actually be on board with a trade agreement, which is refreshing. But to go into the question about the rise of, about the fact of the Brexit vote and the effect on this agreement, I don't see any reason to take our foot off the gas in getting this agreement approved. I see every incentive and every reason why the government must engage with the United Kingdom, no matter what it does, so that we may not also lose an opportunity for free trade with the United Kingdom, whether it leaves the European Union or not. I think that it's unfortunate that this has happened in the midst of the CETA process, but I don't see any reason for the government not to continue to press forward and approve CETA and be engaged with the United Kingdom so that we don't lose opportunities in the event that they leave the European Union.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Bordeaux-Chambly. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. When I hear my colleague talk about the importance of promoting trade with partners like Europe that have similar laws, when we look at human rights, regulations, and labor rights, I'd like to draw his attention to the issue of environmental regulations. If we look at the investor state provisions, and if we have an example, a specific example from Quebec, under NAFTA, there was, in 2011, a time when Quebec banned a permit for fracking. It was for Long Pines. It's located in Calgary, but it has some offices in the United States. They used that loophole to take action against the Government of Canada. And it seemed like it was some $230 million in compensation that they were seeking. With the investor state provisions, a European company could do the same thing. While I agree with my colleague that I'm convinced that there is a good faith on the part of European countries when it comes to relations with us, I'm not when it comes to individual businesses. What does my colleague think about these provisions and the fact that it may jeopardize the government and local jobs?
Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank this member for his question as well, and I'm not entirely familiar with the details of the case that he makes specific reference to under NAFTA, but again, in the broadest terms, I think that we can't lose the opportunity to ratify this agreement. I think that if we want to look and seek reasons why we should not do an agreement, because in an agreement of this size, that there is a portion of it that is unacceptable. You can talk yourself out of just about any agreement. I think that that we need to seize the opportunity that we have before us, take advantage of the work that has happened, and get this agreement approved.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very pleased to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-30 to implement the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union and its member states. A trade agreement of this nature is long overdue and has long been fought for. Now, before I speak to the merits of this agreement, I want to join my colleagues in thanking the members of Abbotsford and Battleford's Lloydminster for their long years of work to negotiate this agreement, as well as the members of the previous and current governments who had a hand in establishing, negotiating, and concluding this agreement. I also want to thank the Right Honourable Stephen Harper for his leadership on this and many other trade files. Under his leadership, we signed more trade agreements than any other Canadian government. Madam Speaker, you could probably take it as a given by the virtue of my membership in this party that I'm a strong proponent of free trade. And with the recent waves of protectionist sentiment sweeping the globe, I think it's important to once again reiterate the benefits of freer trade and why a country like Canada must continue to reach new markets for our products, investment, and labour. I want to talk about 4 points today: the objective benefits of free trade, the benefits of free trade to Canada and the specific components of CETA that benefit Canada, the specific benefits of CETA to my home province of Alberta, and the benefits of CETA for accessing EU government procurement business. First of all, trade is good for Canada. We have an enormous amount of products, resources, and skills that require access to other markets in order to reach a meaningful potential. The EU represents roughly 500 million people and almost $20 trillion in economic activity. The EU's annual imports alone are worth more than our entire GDP. These are customers and businesses that Canada needs to access in order to maximize our economic growth. We strongly support international trade initiatives that strengthen the bonds with friendly countries, increase economic productivity, and drive prosperity and job creation. When we complete trade deals, Canadian job prospects increase substantially as we access larger and larger markets. Prices for goods decrease as we eliminate tariffs on goods entering our country. The benefits to Canadian consumers, Canadian workers, and Canadian businesses are enormous, and CETA helps us realize these benefits on a bigger global scale. Specifically, CETA is projected to lead to a $12 billion annual, and I repeat that, annual increase to Canada's economy, which is the equivalent of adding $1,000 to the average family income every year, or almost 80,000 new jobs. Nearly 100% of all EU tariffs on non-agricultural products will be duty-free, and nearly 94% of EU tariffs on agricultural products will now be duty-free. Madam Speaker, this is an offer we cannot refuse. More importantly, for my constituents in Edmonton West and those of my colleagues across Alberta, CETA will increase Alberta's economic potential to a substantial extent. The European Union is already Alberta's fourth largest export destination and is our third largest trading partner. For the past 5 years, Alberta has had, on average, exports of $1.4 billion to the European Union, driven by agricultural, metals, minerals, and advanced manufacturing sectors. Once in force, CETA will eliminate tariffs on almost all of Alberta's exports and provide access to new market opportunities in the EU. CETA includes provisions that ease regulatory barriers, reinforce intellectual property rights, and ensure more transparent rules for market access. CETA will provide Alberta exporters with a competitive advantage over exporters from other countries that do not have a free trade agreement with the EU. On the day CETA's provisions enter into force, 98% of EU tariffs on Canadian goods will be duty-free, including those on key Alberta exports such as metals and mineral products, manufactured goods, and chemicals and plastics. For agriculture and agri-food products, almost 94% of EU tariffs on Canadian goods will be duty-free, which rises up to 95% once all phase-outs are complete 7 years after CETA enters force. This duty-free access will give Canadian agricultural goods such as beef, pork, and bison preferential access to the EU market. Now, Madam Speaker, I don't think I need to tell you or the House how important beef is to the Alberta economy, but I do want to mention some specific potential benefits to industries affected by the tariff reductions listed in CETA. According to CBC, with CETA, Canada is poised to supply about 1% of the European Union's beef needs under the new pact, which would mean almost $600 million in revenue. In addition to beef and agricultural products, CETA also provides for increases in eligible trade for products with high sugar content. Why, you ask? Well, I want to talk about a small business in Edmonton, started in a basement in Sherwood Park. It's a much-renowned startup company called JSIC Chocolate Couture. They've expanded from Sherwood Park to Edmonton downtown and now to Canmore, Alberta. They sell their famous chocolates across our entire country and now can reach a massive new customer base, growing their revenues and creating new jobs. Madam Speaker, we know how things are tough in Alberta right now. Therefore, it makes perfect sense that we approve this trade agreement, which has demonstrable benefits to Alberta's industries. This agreement will create jobs by opening the European Union's market to more Alberta goods and will lower prices for imported EU products. Lower prices and more customers for business are exactly what Alberta needs right now. Specific to oil and gas, CETA will increase market access for Alberta products. This comes at an ideal moment as supplier diversification is one of EU's top energy priorities. Currently, Russia holds over 30% of the EU's oil and gas market share, placing them first. Canada comes in 26th with just 1%. Now, it's well known that Russian President Putin uses his country's oil and gas reserves as a weapon. And given that Russia supplies almost a third of the European Union's oil and gas, his position is strong. The EU needs to diversify and wants to diversify, and Alberta has plenty to offer. As CETA eliminates tariffs for oil and gas products, Canada and Alberta are well poised to fill this gap and become a crucial energy ally. This is an opportunity that we should not and frankly cannot pass up. Madam Speaker, the elimination of tariffs and barriers also has advantages to procurement opportunities. Under CETA, Canadian firms can bid on contracts to supply their goods and services to the three main EU-level institutions: the European Commission, the European Parliament, and the European Council. Canadian firms will also be able to bid on EU member state government contracts and those of thousands of regional and local government entities. The EU procurement market is worth $3.3 trillion annually and holds significant potential for Canadian suppliers. This kind of preferential market access will benefit Alberta-based multinational firms such as PCL and Stantec, who both have their headquarters in Edmonton. Indeed, Madam Speaker, by virtue of the fact that Alberta has long been the entrepreneurial province in Canada for years, there are hundreds of businesses, if not thousands, in Edmonton, Calgary, and throughout Alberta that will benefit to access to this $3.3 trillion procurement market. Madam Speaker, trade is good. Trade lowers prices and enables competitive and valued Canadian businesses to expand, hire new employees, and prosper in a globalized world. Free trade allows billions of dollars in Canadian exports to reach new markets and ensures that European goods flow in at competitive prices for Canadian consumers. Free trade will help Alberta's businesses grow and prosper at a time when Alberta needs it most. I'm proud to support this agreement that will help Alberta's small and large businesses, Albertan consumers, Canadian industry, Canadian producers, and that will also deepen the long-standing ties between Canada and Europe. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to point out something that in the previous government, the Conservatives had promised a compensation package that would be attached to the losses that dairy would incur in CETA and across TPP. The previous Conservative government had negotiated that CETA would see an expropriation of up to 2% of Canadian milk production. And the farmers say this will cost them $116 million a year in perpetual lost revenues. Yet the Liberals are only providing this compensation package worth $250 million over 5 years. So I wonder if the member agrees with the NDP that this math simply doesn't add up to the losses that dairy farms and supply managed sectors will see in our country.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. It's an excellent question. It bears looking into. This plan does provide compensation to farmers, maybe not at the level previously done by the Conservative Party, but this plan also opens up a vast new market for our farmers, our beef producers, Alberta farmers, Quebec farmers, and I think in the long term it will be a benefit to all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I particularly appreciate that the member referenced Jacek Chocolate, which is a phenomenal business in my constituency, and I had an opportunity to go on a tour there recently. But anyways, I do want to ask the member an important question about NAFTA. We've had this government right out of the gate with the new president-elect basically not show confidence in the importance of this trade deal, basically throw it under the bus and say, sure, we'd be happy to negotiate it. Now, I think we should all appreciate the benefits that come from NAFTA, a trade deal that's been in place for a very long time. And the protectionist talk that we're hearing from the United States isn't about trading more, it's about tightening that deal, not expanding it. So could the member comment just on the importance of international trade and why we actually need to have a government that understands the benefits that come with NAFTA and these other trade deals and is actually going to stand up and defend them?
Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank you for the excellent question. It is very important now more than ever with what's happening in the U.S., but also various countries around the world as they start talking about throwing up protective walls. We know that it's going to do the exact opposite. We saw during the Great Depression, protectionist barriers made the economy across the entire world worse. And it's very important that we continue the great work of Prime Minister Harper, the previous government, in expanding our trade markets across the world, not only to find new markets, but also counter the effects of the protectionism that we're seeing growing down in the States and other countries.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Member in his speech talk about an offer you can't refuse, and the last time I heard that line, things didn't go so well in that particular situation. Mais blague à part, Madame la Présidente.
Jokes aside, Madam Speaker, I would like to ask my colleague a question on the cost of pharmaceuticals. That is often what's left out of this debate. People talk about the investor state provisions, the impact on the dairy industry for us back home, but the cost of pharmaceuticals will increase by some $800 to $1 million, and that will have an impact not just on the provinces that are responsible for health care, but also on people who have to pay for those pharmaceutical drugs. So we acknowledge the importance of trade with Europe. I would like to know what my colleague thinks about the impact on the daily lives of Canadians that will come from this, and especially for seniors.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an excellent question, and again, like the previous question by my colleagues from the NDP, probably bears a bit more thought, a bit more looking into. On the pharmaceutical front, we also must consider the pharmaceutical industry in Canada is worth over 27,000 jobs in this country, and it involves over $1 billion a year in R&D right in this country. That's only going to increase as we have much greater access to the European market. I will comment, though, I hear in the back, it's about $800 million into new drugs, and only a smaller percentage of that is into the generic drugs. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to stand today and support the CETA agreement. As I stand today, I'd like to talk about a couple of things. Basically, that this opens up opportunities, this comprehensive trade agreement, to many investors on both sides of the agreement, both Canadian investors and European investors. And also would like to talk, move on from there, to talk about some of the things that are inspired by an agreement like this, that hopefully we can move this country toward, which is the trade barriers that exist within our own border. But the Canada-European Comprehensive Trade Agreement, CETA, it will create jobs, it will strengthen economic relations, and boost Canada trade with the second largest market on the globe. Now, as I think back for the time I've been in Parliament and part of the previous two governments, I can think back to the words of Prime Minister Harper on many occasions when he spoke about getting business fundamentals correct. And what CETA and the other trade agreements that the Harper government put together, 40-plus trade agreements, free trade agreements across the globe, what it did was it focused on business fundamentals. What are business fundamentals for this country? Business fundamentals are things like keeping taxes low, creating environment. In fact, we are, as compared to the United States, about 46% lower in terms of the total business tax load in this country. And that's something that was worked on over many years, over 10 years of government, that we made that particular goal of setting and making sure the fundamental of keeping taxes low for business is right. Why is that important in the context of a free trade agreement? Because we have to look good to investment coming in from Europe. And Europeans now can come with this free trade agreement, know that goods can flow back and forth freely between our countries, and they will be considering investments such as one that we have in my community of Brantford, which is the Ferrero Company. A family company comes to this country 9 years ago, decides they come to North America, they decide on where they're going to have their North American operations, and thankfully they land in Brantford, Ontario, Canada, for all of their North American product lines. And people will know Rocher, they'll know Tic Tac, and many of the products that they make with close to now 1.5 million square feet of production. I bring that example up because when companies like Ferrero, a family company, an Italian family company, make a decision, they make it based on research into what type of business environment are they going into, what type of country, how they will be treated in terms of investors. Now, some of the other benefits that CETA particularly brings up is through the market access part of CETA is enhanced investor protection. CETA will provide Canadian and EU investors with greater certainty, transparency, and protection for their investments. Easing of investment restrictions. The net benefit review threshold under the Investment Canada Act will be raised from the current 60 million Canadian to 1.5 billion following CETA's entry into force. And the advantage over other countries is very, very significant, especially in the Americas. None of the other top destinations for EU investment in the Americas, that would be the US, Mexico, and Brazil, have investment treaties in place with 28 EU member states, because that's what CETA is. CETA is an agreement, as I said from the outset, and many people have talked today about the scope of CETA, the potential 80,000 jobs, the potential $1,000 per family benefit that it brings if you extend the benefits across our population, and it brings us into an environment, a privileged environment in the world in terms of being free traders, saying to the globe, we can negotiate a deal like this when other countries are not able to. Now, I'd like to transition that into what we face in this country today, which is the enormous trade barriers within our own borders. And this is provincial trade barriers today that are put up to certain industries. Obviously, the debate that we had earlier in this Parliament, and my colleague entitled it Free the Beer, was part of the description of that. I'm going to describe it to you from the point of view of my background, which was construction, and in the case of living in Ontario and trying to do business in other provinces. But first of all, what we need in this country, more than anything, is a keen focus by this government and the provincial governments to remove those trade barriers. I was very, very disappointed that this government chose not to vote for the Free the Beer initiative of my friend. That would have been a beginning, a beginning that would send a signal to other industries to do that. In the construction industry, particularly with tradespeople, and this is significant. This is significant, especially when there are downturns in certain parts of the country while other areas of the country are prospering. You can have credentials in an electrician, a plumber, you can name the trade, a carpenter, whatever. And you may be a licensed carpenter within Ontario's borders, but as soon as you want to apply that trade to other parts of this country, they're not accepted as the proper credentials. You'll have to go through a retraining process and a certification process all over again in certain jurisdictions. More so when companies, electrical or plumbing companies that expand to a certain size and want to expand across the country, and they go to look at projects in other provinces, they're restricted from bidding on those jobs. They're told, you are restricted from bidding because you're an Ontario-based company. Now this happens right here in the Ottawa area with our neighboring province next door, with Quebec, all the time. It depends on the province. The Quebec contractors can come over to Ottawa and do work, but Ottawa contractors can't go into Quebec and do work. So these are the types of barriers, Madam Speaker, that I'm talking about with provincial barriers that we need in this country a keen focus on getting reduced. Because you see, free trade is exactly as one of the previous speakers, one of my colleagues said. I recall the 1988 debates around the NAFTA agreement. And the NAFTA agreement in 1988, for all kinds of reasons, was being opposed by different political parties, by the opposition. It was being opposed by the typical groups right across this country that thought we're going to lose our national identity over all of this. We're going to lose our autonomy. Our water is going to be taken away from us. All of these things, these exaggerations that were thrown out. The visionary part of a free trade agreement goes right to the top of who the Prime Minister is in the day. And I can recall in those days looking upon Prime Minister Mulroney and thinking, that is leadership that can hold the ground, have the backbone to stand up to the type of opposition that was happening at that time and fight an election over it and bring that free trade agreement, NAFTA, into existence. And I can tell you today, I feel the exact same way about Prime Minister Harper. Prime Minister Harper made it a focus for free trade agreements. CETA is part of the legacy of his leadership. And Madam Speaker, I am proud to be here today to support this important free trade agreement and to have been part of the hard work since 2007 that's gone into this by Prime Minister Harper and the leadership of the Conservative Party. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know the member was just mentioning the Brian Mulroney fighting election over NAFTA, but of course it wasn't NAFTA, it was the free trade agreement. NAFTA was actually brought in by the Liberals, and to be sure, it was negotiated by Brian Mulroney and the Conservatives, but it was actually the Liberals who ran on a promise to change it and who gave Canadians the impression that they weren't actually very committed to it and then went ahead and brought it in. And I can't help but notice the similarity, Madam Speaker, to the position we're now in, where, for instance, in the election on the TPP, Liberals said they weren't really in support of it, and then what have they done since they've come in? They've launched consultations within the country, but internationally the Prime Minister has been out promoting the deals, and they took CETA and left off right where the Conservatives left it, and have been moving that project ahead, despite the fact that they haven't presented any real evidence about how it's going to be good for the country, and they haven't done anything to mitigate against some of the real costs that are in that agreement. So I wonder if the member has noticed the same approach to trade in the Liberal Party to give Canadians who have legitimate concerns about free trade the impression that they're on board when they're in opposition, and then steamroll ahead when they're in government, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Madam Speaker, this I know. Free trade agreements are good for this country. Let's remove the politics out of this. The fact is this new government should get the credit for coming in and picking the ball up and getting the deal done, just as they've given credit for our government in spending the years we did since 2007 to 2015, putting all the essential pieces together, and really all it needed was the final signatures. And so, listen, the NDP, or my colleague from the NDP, can go on about, you know, into the weeds about, you know, the people who are against these things. Free trade has done nothing but prosper this country and will continue to prosper this country. So hats off to everyone who's put this deal together.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member, I listened closely to what the member had to say, and he spoke about transparency. And I couldn't agree more that we need transparency on what exactly we're signing on to as parliamentarians. When we talk about pharmaceuticals, 25% of the implementing legislation of this bill is to change the Patent Act in Canada. These are the biggest changes to our Patent Act in over 20 years, and it will result in Canadians paying more for medication for years to come, Madam Speaker. We are being asked to approve these major changes, for which the majority of the details will come out later in the Act in the form of regulatory packages. The language in the Act is a blank check on pharmaceutical costs for Canadians, and it's incomplete. Is the member concerned that CETA will lead to increased costs of prescription drugs for Canadians, given that Canadians already pay more for prescription drugs than nearly every other OECD country?
Honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
The quick answer is no, I'm not concerned, because I believe the opposite will happen. I sat on the industry committee when we looked at the patent laws of our country compared to other countries where we import products from, and the intellectual property debates that we've had in this country. And frankly, we have big reform to do to make sure our pharmaceutical costs are competitive with other jurisdictions, as sometimes they're not because of the rules and regulations. The more we harmonize with countries, developed economies, such as the 28 European countries that are part of this deal, and such as the United States, who's a neighbor, the more we bring those harmonization rules to patenting and to intellectual property, the more consumers will benefit at the end of the day. It is a process, it is a transition, but I totally disagree with the premise of that question.
À l'ordre.
Order.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The honourable member for Drummond, official languages. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières, rail transport.
The member for Caribou Prince George, international trade. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today and provide a bit of an antidote to the Conservative Liberal love-in that's been taking place in the House of Commons today over CETA, and I hope. Well, you can't deny it. It's been pretty cozy. When you get the International Trade Minister and the International Trade Critic of the Liberals and Conservatives, respectively, hugging in the House of Commons over a deal, I think it's fair to say if there was anything you could call a love-in, that's what you could call a love-in within Parliament. And so that happened on the day they signed the deal, and it's continued throughout this debate, Madam Speaker. So I'm pleased to rise and provide a different perspective, a perspective that, frankly, is shared by many Canadians and many people across North America who are fed up, and that energy needs to be channeled in the right way, but are fed up with having this kind of condescending claptrap from parties and politicians that have as their allies big business, who every time you criticize the fact that in some cases these deals have meant good jobs leaving the country, are told, you just don't understand trade. Well, you're just against trade. The NDP is for trade, and we understand well the importance of trade. for our local economy and for workers. But, Madam Speaker, I think insurance is a good idea. And, we could pontificate on the history of insurance and how it came to be, because some things weren't the way they should be, and families ended up in dire straits, and so insurance is a great product, and we should, of course, have insurance. You wouldn't take any insurance policy and sign it without reading it. So it's not about whether you're for or against insurance that you decline a particular policy or not, and it's not that the NEP is against trade that we say this particular deal has problems with it. And on balance, we think the problems are not worth the proposed benefits. And when you hear members speak, what you hear them say is, we're in favor of the possible benefit, of the potential market. What we haven't seen from the government is a province-by-province analysis of what this is going to mean for jobs. We haven't seen a sector-by-sector analysis, Madam Speaker, to say who are the winners going to be and who are the losers going to be. Now, in some cases, we do have a sense of who the losers are going to be, and we know that they're in the ag sector. We know that the former government negotiated a settlement with some of those producers to the tune of over $4 billion. Well, nothing's changed in the agreement, and presumably nothing's changed in terms of the consequences for those producers, but this government has arbitrarily lowered that compensation package. So, but what we haven't heard, what they haven't said is, why are we hurting those producers? And why is it worth spending taxpayer money to compensate those producers, even though they're not doing it to the extent that the Conservatives saw fit? Because these people over here are going to win, and these are the jobs that are going to be created, and these are the businesses that are just waiting with an export development plan to move their business into Europe and to actually capture that market, instead of just talking about the paper access that we're buying, and not inexpensively, Madam Speaker, as we go through some of the other items in this deal. I was talking to a farmer in Manitoba just last week who was saying that for certain ag products, Madam Speaker, it's true, there are quotas on what can be exported from Canada into Europe, and it's true that CETA raises those quotas. That's great. It would be even better if those ag producers were actually meeting the existing quotas, but they aren't. So, we're going to sign up for certain investor-state dispute settlement clauses. We're going to sign up for an agreement that will interfere with the ability of local governments to use buy local provisions in their procurement. We're going to sign on to a higher cost of drugs. And why? To expand a quota that isn't already being met, Madam Speaker? When you talk about trade-offs, it seems to me that the kind of theoretical benefit of an expanded quota that producers aren't already meeting is not worth the very concrete costs that are represented in, for example, higher drug costs. Now, that's an argument the Liberals should understand. It's comparable to an argument they made about the tax-free savings account when they reduced that threshold. They said, look, why would you increase the threshold from $5,000 to $10,000 when most people aren't already availing themselves of a $5,000 limit? The very same argument. So why would you incur higher drug costs, which is a very real cost for Canadians, in exchange for higher quotas on certain products when those quotas aren't already being met, Madam Speaker? So I think we need to come down to earth a little bit and stop making this a debate about whether you're for or against trade. The member from Calgary Rocky Ridge in his speech said that he wanted to talk about what was in the agreement and whether on balance certain things were better or not. And then he launched into a diatribe against the NEP just for saying we actually think there's some problems with stuff in the agreement. And I didn't hear him once mention something that he thought was problematic in the agreement. So I don't know how you could conceptualize a debate on the content of an agreement and the nature of the trade-offs without actually mentioning any of the trade-offs, but just launching into a platitudinous speech about how wonderful this is without concrete examples. So I've mentioned already, Madam Speaker, that part of the problem here, if you want to get real and assess an agreement, is that there's not enough information to do that. We don't actually have anything approaching a comprehensive study by the government released to Canadians talking about what the impact on jobs and industry in Canada is going to be. We don't know what the relative impact from province to province is going to be. We don't know how the various sectors are going to be affected. We don't know, frankly, and you couldn't know, the economic impact of everything that's being given up in this agreement without a blink, because this agreement covers everything except for what's carved out. So there are certain carve-outs, for instance, on the buy local provisions. some provincial governments have advocated to say this sector shouldn't be touched and that sector shouldn't be touched. But what that gives up, Madam Speaker, is everything we haven't already thought of. So if members in this House think that they're so smart, and everyone in provincial legislatures is so smart as to have thought of every technological and economic development that's going to happen over the lifetime of this agreement, which incidentally is not a temporary agreement, Madam Speaker, then so be it. I'm a little more modest. I think we ought to be more modest. There's a lot of things that can change. We live in a world that changes very quickly, and I think it's imprudent at best to sign on to agreements that essentially give up everything that you haven't already thought of. So we don't know what the impact of that is going to be, and no one has said why it's a good idea to sign that kind of agreement that essentially covers everything we haven't already thought of versus an agreement that just covers the things that we are talking about and the sectors that we know about today and some of those particular trade-offs, Madam Speaker. I think on the face of it, that seems like a better approach. We also don't know, with Britain recently having had a referendum to leave the European Union, we just don't know what the impact or consequence of that is going to be. We do know that it's going to take years for European governments or parliaments to ratify this agreement. So why we're in such a rush here in Canada, I just simply don't understand, Madam Speaker. I haven't heard a good answer. We heard one member say, well, I don't see a need to put the brakes on a good deal. How do you know if it's a good deal when you don't even know who's in it yet? If is the member saying that it's immaterial to the benefit of the agreement to Canada whether Britain is covered by the agreement or not? That's a ridiculous thing to try and maintain, Madam Speaker. And if you don't do that, if you take the sensible approach and say, yeah, you know what, actually it does matter whether the United Kingdom is covered under CETA or not, and that has an impact on what the potential benefits are for Canada, then the right thing to do would be to put the brakes on and take a little bit of a wait-and-see approach. The agreement's not going anywhere, and I think it would be far more prudent to come back to it when we actually have a better sense of what the lay of the land is. It's a time of a lot of change and uncertainty, and to me, that says it's the wrong time to jump with both feet into a major economic treaties, Madam Speaker. There is, with this agreement, a problem that's a recurring problem, in my view, with a lot of the trade agreements that we've signed since 1993, which is the investor-state dispute settlement clauses. Now, in my mind, Madam Speaker, those have very little to do with trade. Foreign investors who have an issue and don't feel that they've been treated fairly can go to Canadian courts, Madam Speaker, and can seek fairness in Canadian courts, and can do that without tying the hands of government in terms of its ability to regulate for the benefit of the environment, for the benefit of workplace health and safety, for health benefits, Madam Speaker. That's a reasonable approach. There's nothing wrong with that. When you take it out of the hands of the Canadian court system that have certain principles of openness and transparency that I think we would all agree are important. No one's advocating we get rid of those principles in the Canadian court system, and you transfer that decision-making power to international trade tribunals for which we don't have the rules or the guidelines according to which arbiters are going to be selected, you're doing serious damage to the ability of Canadians to make their own decisions.
So, I understand the member still had lots to say, I'm sure, but he'll be able to do it through questions and comments given that the time has expired for his speech. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Chambly. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He talked about the fact that a number of members have spoken out in favor of the deal, of this deal. They said it's great news. They really want the opportunity to study the deal in depth. And that's what the committee will do. But I don't want to get too tangled up in parliamentary procedure. But the committee, contrary to 99% of cases, The committee is not going to accept written briefs from witnesses who can't travel or make the time to appear before the committee, or that the committee won't have time to hear from. I think it's very worrisome. I think it's very important to hear all voices with an issue like this, all points of view. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that problem, which is unprecedented, really, before a parliamentary committee. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona. Thanks very much for the question. I think there's a lesson here about the cynicism people feel around the CETA consultations as opposed to the electoral reform process. Because in the CETA case, the Liberals don't want all Canadians to have the opportunity to make a written submission. They just don't want to hear it. They don't want to know what Canadians think, even though this is a huge deal with implications that will be around for a long, long time. But on electoral reform, they've held multiple consultations among members, among ministers, with a special committee. They've even done online consultations. And now they want to hold consultations by mail. So when they like something, the idea of doing something, they consult broadly and they never stop talking about it. But when they don't like something, they go ahead without consultation. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The matter has gone through the trade commissioners. It's been approved. I happen to support the government's position on CETA, and I happen to support the government's position on supply management, which is different than my colleague, of course. The whole issue of the Belgium issue took us by surprise. It took everybody by surprise. The next issue, it has to go through the European Parliament for a vote, and then it has to go to the individual member states for a vote. So my question to the member is whether he has any recommendations to the government in case there are more surprises where the vote might be defeated in the European Parliament, or it might be defeated in one of the member states. So my question is whether he has any recommendations to what the government can do to ensure that there would be swift passage through the European Parliament and the 28 individual member states.
Good question.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think, the Belgium issue caught a lot of people surprised, Liberals and Conservatives especially, because they weren't paying attention. People have been criticizing the investor-state dispute settlement clauses in these types of agreements for a long time. So it wasn't a surprise to New Democrats when we found out that people in Europe were looking at those same issues and saying that they had a problem with them. It's not a surprise if you look at the model of the European Union that is a very integrated model and yet doesn't have the same kind of investor-state dispute settlement clauses that are governed by the corporate elite, Madam Speaker. So if you've been watching and paying attention to the way these deals have been playing out, it wasn't a big surprise. And the best way to try and head off further surprises is to take your time, that is not rush it through Parliament here, to start listening instead of dismissing these concerns as being unreasonable, and then to change the agreement to get rid of those problematic provisions, Madam Speaker, and then you'd get people on side in Europe.
Resuming debate, the reprise au débat, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's my pleasure today to speak in the House on the CETA bill as well, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, Canada is a trading nation. We all know that, and 1 in 5 jobs is directly responsible or directly related to the exports of goods, products, and services. I am immensely proud to belong to a political party that has long fought for the elimination of trade barriers and is focused on the opening of new markets around the world. Conservatives understand that free trade agreements, increased economic activity, it derives prosperity and creates new jobs and fosters greater cooperation between our democratic allies. Now, it's important to point out that the party opposite has not always shared the same passion and commitment to free trade, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was less than 30 years ago that the Liberal Party decried the historic free trade agreement with the United States. And we all remember that in 1988, the 1988 election was almost fought solely over this issue, the issue of this agreement. It took the second election of Brian Mulroney's government, who won a resounding majority, for the Liberals to do an about-face and see the benefits of free trade. But today, I, for one, applaud the Liberals for seeing the light, and to have supported NAFTA, the South Korean-Canadian Free Trade Agreement, the Ukrainian-Canadian Free Trade Agreement, the Pan-Canadian Free Trade Agreement, among others, Madam Deputy Speaker, and now due to the tireless efforts of previous Conservative ministers, such as the members from Abbotsford, Battlefords, Lloydminster, Durham, York Simcoe, and of course, I cannot say enough about the leadership of the Right Honourable Stephen Harper, that we were able to sign free trade agreements around the world. And to speak briefly on the domestic front, I'd like to congratulate Manitoba's new Premier, Brian Pallister, and his Progressive Conservative government on recently signing on to the New West Partnership Trading Agreement. It's becoming evident that political parties from across the country are now openly and advocating for the removal of tariff barriers, trade barriers, either monetary or regulatory. And I will relish the day when products from one Canadian province can be sold in another with no strings attached. Members of this House should applaud my honourable colleague from Central Okanagan, Similkaman Nicola, for his private member's bill that allowed Canadian wine to be shipped across the country, and for his recent leadership on freeing the beer. No Canadian should ever go to jail or be charged for carrying a case of beer across a provincial border. And with these thoughts in mind, it's why I am pleased to speak in favour of the Canada-EU Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement. This landmark agreement is our country's biggest bilateral trade initiative since NAFTA. With 28 member states, the EU represents the world's largest single market for an investor and trader, with over 500 million people and an annual economic activity of almost $20 trillion. When CETA comes into force, Canada will be one of the few countries in the world to have guaranteed preferential access to the world's two largest economies, both the EU and the United States. CETA was not accomplished overnight. It literally took years of hard work, as NAFTA did, especially by our world-class trade negotiators who poured their heart and soul into this endeavour, and I applaud their efforts immensely, Madam Deputy Speaker. And Madam Deputy Speaker, it was nice to see the current Minister of International Trade in her speech on this legislation pay tribute to my colleagues on this side of the House who spearheaded this initiative. But now I would be remiss if I didn't say that I was a little discouraged to see her only hours later change her tone during question period and play down the efforts of previous Conservative ministers. While it's true that sometimes over-the-top rhetoric is used during fiery debates, I'd like the Honourable Minister to know that Canadians, and in particular the good people of Brandon Souris, are not too enamoured when the Minister pats herself on the back while forgetting the amazing contributions of others before she assumed her role. Now, I'd also like to commend the members who have sat on the Standing Committee on International Trade, who completed 2 economic studies on the benefits of CETA. During these comprehensive studies, the committee found that CETA would be of net benefit to Canada and has the support of the majority of Canadian stakeholders. In fact, in total transparency, all provinces had input and signed on before it was taken internationally. Furthermore, a joint Canada-EU study concluded that this free trade agreement would bring a 20% boost in bilateral trade and a $12 billion annual increase in Canada's economy. What does this agreement mean for hard-working Canadians? It's an economic equivalent of adding $1,000 to the average Canadian family, almost income, Madam Deputy Speaker, and almost $80,000, worth of new jobs to our economy. 80,000 new jobs, not $80,000, pardon me. I cannot stress enough how important it is for the federal government to implement policies that will lead to private sector growth, as their current path has only resulted in billions of dollars of new debt and the elimination of jobs. CETA is a beacon of hope for many who have struggled for these past 12 months. It's an example that when government is on the same side as job creators, it can lead to the creation of new, high-paying jobs. We've learned many lessons after the great economic recession of 2008-9. First and foremost, Canada must expand and diversify to countries which we export our goods and services. We can no longer rely on selling the vast majority of our goods and services to the United States. And to put it succinctly, we can't have all our eggs in one basket, Madam Deputy Speaker. The importance of diversification is only even more important now with the change of leadership, perhaps in the United States. While our Prime Minister seems to be willing to open up negotiations on NAFTA, it sends shivers down the spines of those whose livelihood is directly tied to exporting into the American market. As the Liberal government figures out how to work with the new administration, Canadians can rest assured that our Conservative caucus will continue to stand up for our bilateral initiatives that are directly tied to millions of Canadian jobs and presently $2 billion of trade a day across our friendly border. We will also press the government to pursue a strong free trade agenda with the new U.S. administration. We expect the Liberals to work with the new U.S. administration to ensure Canadians and Canadian businesses continue to reap the benefits of NAFTA and to advocate for the ultimate ratification and implementation of the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, which seeks to boost trade in the Asia-Pacific region. Now, our Conservative caucus supported the diversification of our trading partners well before the recent American election results. The reasons why I support CETA are many, but in particular, Manitobans stand to benefit significantly from the preferential access we will get through this deal. On day one of CETA's entry into force, 98% of EU tariff lines on Canadian goods will be duty-free, including those on key Manitoba exports such as manufactured goods, metals, and mineral products. And when this agreement is fully in place, 99% of the EU tariff lines will be eliminated. In Manitoba, and especially my constituency of Brandon-Souris, farm families are chomping at the bit to have this opportunity to sell their livestock, grain, and oilseeds to EU countries. Almost 94% of EU tariffs for agri-food products will be duty-free once CETA enters into force, and this rises to 95% once all phase-outs are complete 7 years after entry into force. This will mean Westman farmers and beef and pork producers and bison producers will have preferential access to the EU market. It's also good to highlight there are beef producers who are already building their herd specifically for the EU market. And to put a face on the importance of this deal, I would like to share the story of the True North Foods located outside of Carman, Manitoba. Owner Calvin Voggs has been planning their entry into the EU for months and months. Just recently, his plant received federal approval and can now ship meat products anywhere across Canada and has been designed to meet all criteria for European, Chinese, and American markets. Operating at full capacity, the plant would process approximately 1,000 head of cattle a week. Not only will this plant help Manitoba beef producers get into the new markets, it also means that they no longer have to haul their cattle to Alberta or Ontario for slaughter. The plant will also provide the capacity to slaughter cattle, bison, elk, sheep, and goats, as well as offer heavy carcass capability, accommodating even the largest bulls. Now, this story may not sound like a lot in the big scheme of things, but for a constituency such as mine, it offers Westman cattle producers opportunities that they would never have had previously. And with the very possibility that Americans might try to resurrect country of origin labeling, it is paramount we secure new markets for Canadian beef. Canadians' products are considered high quality when something is stamped made in Canada. Consumers and customers know that they are getting superior products and can trust the safety and food security of our food processing facilities. And when it comes to our agricultural sector, it goes without saying, Canadian farmers produce the best agri-food products anywhere in the world. I know that Canadian businesses will thrive in the EU marketplace. And I know that jobs will be created and incomes will go up due to this trade initiative. I know that diversifying Canada's markets is necessary, and most of all, I know that when trade barriers are eliminated, consumers on both sides will have the choice of lower prices. Free trade is not a theoretical concept. Free trade is a way of doing business that will grow the Canadian economy. Madam Speaker.
Unfortunately, the time is up for the member's speech, but I'm sure he could finish it in a few minutes during questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I heard a lot of points in the member's speech, especially around beef. You know, there's still some non-tariff issues that exist inside of CETA. There still are some concerns for the cattlemen for being able to get that product. And it's often non-tariff that actually prevent them from seeing the benefits of that tariff reduction. So there are still some issues that need to be fixed around the beef and the exports, and that comes, of course, straight from them, from their presentation to us at the committee level. But my question really for the member is something that he didn't speak about, and that is about the cost of drugs for Canadians. 25% of this agreement, Madam Speaker, speaks to patent changes that will impact every Canadian, all of the Canadians that are already experiencing the high cost of drugs. I have Canadians and people in my riding every day in my office who are struggling to pay the cost of medication. Affordable medication in this country is a serious issue, and I would hope that it would be a serious issue for this member as well. So I wonder if the member can speak to how it will impact his riding to have seniors and people who are going to struggle with the cost of medication because of the changes in CETA.
The honour for Brandon Souris.
Well, I thank you very much to my colleague for that question, and Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a concern, but I must first of all say that every province had, as I said in my presentation, had opportunities to make those issues known during the negotiations in Canada, within Canada for CETA. It was done transparently, and every province bought into the process, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm very aware, having come through the farming community that I have, of the types of generic products that have come forward in the medical field as well. And as these become more opportunities for trading, and perhaps we'll even end up with more pharmaceutical opportunities in the marketplace, it's yet to be determined whether the price of these drugs will go up, as the member has indicated.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, but if we look at Brexit and the consequences of that, Canada has, 42% of exports that go to the EU, but that go to the UK. So if we consider the impact, I don't want to get involved in domestic politics in the UK, but there are some issues there. But that's perhaps another reason to ask ourselves, well, what will the impact be of the potential leaving the EU by the UK on this agreement? Because when the agreement was negotiated, my colleague's right, yes, the Canadian negotiators did a good job, but did they take into account the weight of Canadian exports to Great Britain? So if they leave the EU, what will the impact be? Will the government, did the government really take into account that impact?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. I sure appreciate the question coming from my colleague as well. And yet I'm not as pessimistic as he is about the opportunities that lie before us. I still believe that they will be great. That's like saying we shouldn't continue to negotiate the TPP because the United States says they may not want to be a part of it. I think that we have a great opportunity here to be able to continue with the growth. I had an opportunity on a trade mission to be in England myself with our former trade minister, and we looked at the amount of seafood products that the British themselves were wanting to have from Canada. They wanted more shrimp, they wanted more lobster, they wanted more Arctic char, they wanted more just about every type of seafood that we could offer, Madam Deputy Speaker. And so whether or not England is in the Brexit agreement, of course, has made a change, and whether they continue to negotiate those concerns within the European Union is something that they, as my colleague indicated, will have to do within their own legislative forum. But I believe that we will continue to have those opportunities. And if we don't, that's why we need to be able to continue to have the diversification of markets that I referred to earlier.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. You know, there are a mere handful of protections between average citizens and the predatory nature of global capitalism. The most important of these is a strong sovereign state with the regulatory power to champion the needs of its citizens. over those of non-human entities, of global finance, and multinational corporations. In a 2012 dissenting opinion to a CETA-related Trade Committee report, the Liberals called for further consultation with Canadians on CETA. Yes. Now, the Trade Committee has already passed a motion in camera that will restrict written submissions to only those from witnesses who are selected to appear. On the other hand, the committee held dozens of meetings on the TPP, heard from over 400 witnesses, and received written submissions from approximately 60,000 Canadians. With 95% of submissions critical of the TPP, it's no wonder that the government doesn't want to hear from Canadians on CETA. The sheer determination of this Liberal government has shown that getting CETA ratified, despite the genuine concerns and protestations of citizens groups across the European Union and Canada, demonstrates to the world what its true priorities are. That these priorities are the extension of global corporate rule into every remaining space in the Canadian economy. For Liberals, it's as if we've had no lessons to learn from Brexit or the Trump phenomena. Or, rather, as I suspect, it's as if they wish to get these deals done before we in this country, for fear that we would reap the Canadian variant of these whirlwinds. Let me be clear, the NDP supports deepening the Canada-EU trading relationship in order to diversify our markets. But there remain significant concerns and unanswered questions about this proposed deal. As I mentioned before, when the Liberals themselves were in opposition, they agreed with the New Democrats that more consultations and analysis were needed on CETA. However, the minister has ignored calls for the removal of investor state rules, refused to address rising costs of prescription drugs, and neglected to consult Canadians. The underlying point here is that Parliament is essentially being asked to write a blank check with this implementation bill, despite the fact that each of the 28 EU member states will have to ratify CETA for all of the provisions to apply, and it is a process that is expected to take between 2 to 5 years. I ask, as others here have asked, what is the hurry? What is the government trying to ram through here? Why is it not letting parliamentarians undertake due oversight when there is obviously enough time for us to examine the bill? Indeed, there is plenty of time to engage with other signatory members, the EU members, who are also alarmed by the investor-state dispute mechanism. New Democrats support trade deals that reduce trade tariffs and boost exports, but we will always remain firm that components like investor-state provisions that threaten our sovereignty have no place in trade deals. In February of this year, CETA's legal scrubbing phase, during CETA's legal scrubbing phase, the minister announced changes to the ISDS provisions that are supposed to improve transparency and strengthen measures to combat possible conflicts of interest of arbitrators. However, the new investor court system, the ICS, still allows foreign investors to seek compensation from any level of government over policy decisions that they feel impact their profits. Foreign companies will have access to a special court system to challenge Canadian laws without going through their domestic courts. This is deeply concerning, as Canada is already one of the most sued countries in the world as a result of these dispute mechanisms we've already agreed to. Canadian companies have won only 3 of 39 cases against foreign governments, and the Canadian government has lost many NAFTA cases while continuing to be the subject of ongoing complaints seeking billions of dollars in damages. Existing ISDS measures have also contributed to a regulatory chill where governments fail to take actions in the public interest that they fear may trigger an investor claim. One thing you learn very quickly from reading trade agreements over the years is that the priorities of global finance and global corporations are always front and center in these deals and are always binding. It's environmental, labor, and general human rights concerns that are always relegated to side agreements, where they are non-binding and voluntary. Strange how that happens, eh? Witness the so-called joint interpretive statement concerning the investor court system I mentioned earlier. This statement was negotiated as a way to placate the concerns of ordinary citizens who worry that these courts cede far too much of their nation's sovereignty to bodies that are not subject to democratic oversight. Was CETA amended so that these concerns could be included? No, it was not, oddly enough. The joint interpretive statement falls outside the text of the treaty and therefore does not have full legal weight. You can be sure, absolutely sure, that this is no accident. Likewise, the chapter in CETA on intellectual property rights goes well beyond Canada's existing obligations. The increased patent protections granted to brand name pharmaceuticals will have the effect of delaying the arrival of cheaper generics and will increase the cost of prescription drugs to Canadians by between $850 million and $2.8 billion per year. This is a cost that I do not think seniors are prepared to take on. Furthermore, I would argue that it would hamper any efforts of bringing in a national pharmaceutical strategy, both at the federal level and in what individual provinces are trying to do with their already ballooning healthcare costs. In opposition, the Liberals demanded that the Conservatives present a study of the financial impacts on provincial and territorial healthcare systems and prescription drug costs. In government, they are telling provinces they will cut healthcare transfers while pursuing agreements that risk increasing drug costs for the provinces. Most distressingly, as someone who comes from a background in municipal politics, is the minimum local content policies that could be compromised, even outlawed, above a certain threshold, even in municipal and provincial government procurement. Think about that and think about the initiatives that you've all worked on when you were representing people at the municipal level of government, as I know many of you did. As noted by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, these provisions will likely threaten very popular buy local food programs at the provincial hospitals, school boards, and other public institutions. They will almost certainly outlaw programs such as the Green Energy Act in Ontario, which required significant local content in solar and wind projects in order for private energy producers to benefit from generous feed-in tariff rates designed to encourage more renewable power generation. And if we look at the quote from the Canadian Environmental Law Association, it states that CETA will significantly impact environmental protection and sustainable development in Canada. In particular, the inclusion of an investor-state dispute settlement mechanism. It goes on to say that it will really impact the federal and provincial government's authority to protect the environment, promote resource conservation, or use green procurement as a means of advancing environmental policies and objectives. Companies will also have an expanded ability to use temporary workers without a study of impacts on Canadians. This is a matter of great concern in the Windsor-Tecumseh riding that I represent and the Essex County area at large, where there is a high unemployment rate. To conclude, the NDP supports trade with Europe. As I have stated previously, we have deep historical and cultural ties, and within the EU are some of the world's most progressive democracies. However, we are concerned with specific measures in CETA as it is negotiated, and it is our job to uphold the interests of Canadians and global citizens we are. The Liberals have missed key opportunities to fix this agreement, but the deal is not done.
Unfortunately, your time is up for the speech, but I'm sure that you'll be able to probably use some of it for questions and comments. So, questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. There are 2 points because they show that the Liberal position, they said one thing when they were in opposition, now they're saying something completely different once they began sitting on government benches. The first deals with the increase in the price of pharmaceuticals that will result from the signing of this agreement. When they were in opposition, the Liberals called for impact assessment studies on pharmaceuticals, and now they seem to have forgotten all of that, and they're prepared to move forward without wanting to slow down and take a look at the impact of this on people and the cost of medication, the drugs they have to buy. Secondly, with respect to compensation for dairy producers, the Conservatives had promised $41 billion in compensation, and now we've got peanuts, $300 million. It's a lot less than what was promised by the previous government. I'd like her to talk about the promises and how the Liberals' approach has changed now that they're in power.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad the member brought up these two very profound issues that I could speak at length on. And I'll start with the pharmaceuticals. This is a real challenge for Canadians today. And in this House, when we talk about the threat to universal health care and our conviction on this side in defending universal health care, one of the keys that keeps getting brought up by the governing party is that, we're going to reduce costs by looking at some ways that we can come up with a pharmaceutical plan, and we're working on this. This CETA will cripple that initiative. Yes. We will not be allowed to do that. And anybody can read this in the document. It's really, really frustrating that there's some myths with regards to this. And pharmaceuticals are, every single day in your own constituencies, you have people that are suffering every single day because of the cost of pharmaceuticals and health care. And another thing I want to bring up under this, which we haven't talked about at all, is innovation and research in pharmaceuticals. Government-sponsored research and innovation for particular types of cures for certain diseases are also going to be undermined by this deal. Intellectual property is undermined under this deal. And when it comes to issues like dairy farmers being compensated, I don't understand how we can have the government on one hand championing the cause and making these kind of promises and then
we have to allow for more questions. So questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. And I'm wondering, on the part of her speech that she didn't get to, if there was a point that she wanted to bring.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Oh, thank you so much to the member. That's very clever. I'm going to remember that in the future as well. But as a matter of fact, as I was being closed out by Madam Speaker, I was just ending and saying that we urge the Liberals to reconsider. That was pretty much a closing. But, you know, all the points that I was making, and it did culminate with that, that is a very important point. We're rushing this through. There's no need for us to be rushing this through. There's a way that we can be doing, you know, as parliamentarians, we take pride in the place that we have here in the House of Commons, and we all embrace our due diligence. Whether we agree or not, we all do want to delve in and explore something further. And if there is a way to arrive at consensus, that is something I know that I've been inspired by members from every party in this House in history, having had done that, being responsive to real concerns. So I thank you very much for this opening to talk about how it isn't too late for us to make these significant changes and actually be the vanguard leaders we're expected to be.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the honourable for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's been a pleasure to be able to speak today on Bill C-30, the legislation that will bring about the activation of the comprehensive economic and trade agreement between Canada and the European Union. First and foremost, I want to thank the former Minister of Agriculture, the member for Battlesford's Lloydminster, and the former Minister of Trade, the member from Abbotsford, for their great hard work in making sure that this deal came to fruition. I'll give kudos to the government for not screwing it up at the end and getting the CETA deal finally before us. But I can tell you that every clause that we're looking at, the way this bill is structured, the way the CETA agreement has been negotiated and signed, is because of the hard work of the previous Conservative government. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll just say that it is indeed a momentous occasion that we are agreeing to this great agreement that will bring 28 other countries into free trade with Canada and give Canadian producers, agriculture producers, manufacturers, service companies access to 500 million consumers in the European Union, in those 28 member states. Now, I can tell you that in my riding of Selkirk Inner Lake Eastman, this is very, very important. We have a huge agriculture base: grains, oilseeds, pulse crops, cattle, hogs, all which benefit from this preferential access that we're going to garner in having free markets into Europe. We're talking about 94% of the EU tariff lines that are against agricultural products are going to be eliminated. Now, there is still some challenges because our beef product in particular, and I, as a former rancher myself and former member of the Manitoba Cattle Producers Association, we've dealt extensively with all the different phytosanitary and non-phytosanitary standards and actions that the European Union has taken against Canadian beef over the past 30 years. And this agreement gives us a resolution mechanism to move at removing those trade barriers, artificial trade barriers, and ensuring that we are getting back to science-based decisions rather than political decisions, which we all too often see in these certain countries that like to put up barriers to trade while they try to protect certain segments of their industry. Over the next 7 years, 94% of those tariffs that protect the European market against and limits access to Canadian agriculture food, Canadian agriculture products, grains and oilseeds from meeting those standards can now access that marketplace, which is very, very important. It also is important in my riding in Selkirk Inner Lake Eastman because we produce steel. And we have Gradau in Selkirk that runs a very strong company there producing steel that they sell around the world, especially their elevator rail steel. And this, again, is now going to go to a zero-line tariff over the next 7 years as this agreement comes into force. And some commodities are going to see line items move even quicker than that. And, of course, in Selkirk Inner Lake Eastman, we produce the best whiskey in the world at the Crown Royal Diageo plant. And, of course, the world champion whiskey right now is Northern Harvest whiskey. It beat out all the other whiskeys from Scotland, from Ireland, from the United States, and other places. Let's drink to that is right. This is a product that is world-renowned and now can move into the European market a lot easier because of the CETA agreement. And the final major beneficiary for access to the European market is the freshwater fish that we catch in my riding. A lot of people are always surprised that Selkirk Inner Lake Eastman, an agricultural-based riding, north of the city of Winnipeg, we've got, about 2,700 ranches. We have, over 3,000 commercial grain and oilseed farms. But I also have over 1,000 commercial fishermen and women and their families who will benefit from this deal, especially now that the province of Manitoba has moved to release the shackles of the draconian Freshwater Fish Marketing Corporation, a federal crown corporation that has really kept them below what the world price of fish is, especially for great things like our walleye, our whitefish, and others. And this gives us an opportunity to move this high-quality product into Europe, again, at zero-rate tariffs. A product that's in great demand around the world. And, of course, we're going to go where it's easiest to get the most money and the easiest where it is to go into the marketplace. And thanks to the work of the previous Conservative government, we were able to do that with CETA. Now, we have to continue to be vigilant, Mr. Speaker. And as Canada, we should still pursue an aggressive trade agenda. Despite the rhetoric that we're hearing from the NDP, there is huge opportunities here for us as we see a new change in the administration in the United States through the election of Donald Trump as the president-elect. But we know that he is wanting to renegotiate trade deals. We know that he has been somewhat non-committal to multilateral trade deals like TPP. So let's capitalize on getting preferential market access for Canadian farmers, for Canadian manufacturers, for Canadian businesses, so that we can put those dollars from trade into our own pockets. Now, we're looking at a market that's worth over $20 trillion in Europe. And with this agreement, based upon some very good research, we're going to see a 20% boost in our trade with the EU, which will amount to over $12 billion a year to our GDP. That'll create 80,000 new jobs. It'll increase household incomes. And this is something that I think everyone should be celebrating, not fighting. And the same is true with the TPP. Even though Donald Trump has already said he's not going to sign the TPP, there is many countries that sit at that table that want to move forward. I know that the Liberal government would rather do business with Communist China, but I would encourage them to go forward with our partners with the TPP and actually take an opportunity here, given to us by Donald Trump himself, to sign that deal, have preferential access into that large market, and give us a competitive advantage over the Americans. For far too long, the U.S. has always enjoyed the MFN, or the most favored nation tariff rates, in almost all countries, always putting our beef, our pork producers, our grain and oilseed producers at huge disadvantages, because we always had to pay higher tariff rates going into those markets versus what the Americans had to pay. So that's why we need these free trade agreements. CETA, TPP, NAFTA, the European Free Trade Alliance agreement that we signed a number of years ago, Israel, Chile, Morocco. These are all key countries that provide us with more opportunity for those in our ridings. It doesn't matter if they're a steel worker, an auto worker, a grain farmer, somebody that's working in an abattoir packing beef. These are jobs that depend upon our trade. If we aren't trading, we're flooding our own market. If we're flooding our own market, we're depressing prices. And if we're depressing prices, then we're actually seeing guys exit the industry because they're going broke. And if they exit the industry, then those jobs disappear. So we have to take the big picture approach here to ensure that everyone that is involved in the production of our foodstuffs, those that are involved in the service industry, and those that actually are supplying transportation to moving our various products across this country and into export position, also have the ability to participate, because our truckers, our rail companies, along with all our shipping industries, depend upon trade. And so as I wrap up, Mr. Speaker, I just want to again congratulate all those on our side of the floor here that have negotiated the CETA agreement, and that we are finally seeing this thing after 7 dutiful years of research, a study, of negotiation, have come up with the best possible deal that Canada could ever have, which benefits all Canadians.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman will have 5 minutes remaining time for questions and comments when the House next returns to business on this question. Maintenant, comme il est 10...
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to private members' business, as indicated on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, consideration and second reading of Bill C-277, Framework on Palliative Care in Canada Act, standing in the name of Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue, seconded by Mr. Albrecht, moves that Bill C-277, an act providing for the development of a framework on palliative care in Canada, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Debate, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
To stand before this House and to bring a private member's bill that will benefit not only my riding of Sarnia-Lambton, but all Canadians. All of us will eventually come to the end of our lives, and we all want to make sure that we live as well as we can for as long as we can. That's why Canadians need proper palliative and end-of-life care. Bill C-277 will provide a framework for palliative care in Canada. Last parliamentary session, the All-Parliamentary Committee on Palliative and Compassionate Care studied the matter and came forward with recommendations. This bill is the result of those recommendations. The committee published an excellent report outlining the current Canadian situation in regards to palliative care. The preamble for my bill is directly pulled from their report. This committee did a complete assessment of current palliative care options in Canada and identified specific areas and needs to be addressed. The report outlined the importance of strong and consistent palliative care options in Canada, as well as the necessity of a framework under which to conduct these efforts. This bill is also timely, since as a result of the Carter decision on assisted dying, the External Committee report also recommended that palliative care be available to all Canadians. The final report of the External Committee on Options for a Legislative Response to Carter versus Canada emphasized the importance of palliative care in the context of medical-assisted dying. They stated that a request for medical-assisted death cannot be truly voluntary if the option of proper palliative care is not available to alleviate a person's suffering. As we all can attest, each of the parties in this House have shown themselves to be in favour of implementing a palliative care program in Canada, but very little has been formally announced. We can all agree on the importance of palliative care, as well as the importance of making these measures accessible to all in a consistent fashion, to all Canadians that need them. Bill C-277 will define the services to be covered. It will establish standard training requirements for the various levels of service providers. It will come with a plan to achieve consistent access to palliative care for all Canadians, and it will define the mechanism by which this is best achieved, with the measurements and data needed to track success. Canada has an ever-growing number of individuals of all ages experiencing chronic and terminal conditions. Good palliative care covers a wide range of services, such as acute care, hospice care, home care, crisis care, and spiritual and psychological counseling. A palliative philosophy of care is needed to address a whole variety of needs through an adapted and patient-centered process. The creation and implementation of a palliative care framework would give Canadians access to consistent, high-quality palliative care through hospitals, home care, long-term care facilities, as well as through residential hospices. When we look at the current palliative care system, we can recognize the work that needs to be done. Current programs are evolving provincially, and many are fragmented with little consistency and communication between the parts. A palliative care framework will bring these fragmented parts together in an effort to create a more cohesive, patient-based program, with a common definition of services covered, training standards, and a plan to ensure equal access for all. There is a need for governance of the consistent implementation and monitoring of palliative and home care. This would require clear and open communication between federal and provincial governments, as well as medical practitioners, institutions, and patients. I'd like to acknowledge the Canadian Medical Association, the Canadian Cancer Society, the Canadian Nurses Association, the Canadian Society of Palliative Care Physicians, Pallium Canada, ARPA, the Canadian Hospice Palliative Care Association, and many of their member hospices, like Bruyere Continuing Care, St. Joseph's Hospice, and West Island Palliative Care Residents. the Heart and Stroke Association, the Kidney Foundation, the ALS Society, the Canadian Association of Occupational Therapists, and the more than 50 organization members of the Quality Care Coalition for their ongoing promotion and support of this bill. It is through organizations and groups like this that we can integrate palliative care into the current healthcare system and make a true difference in the lives of Canadians. Support from across Canada is also evident in the 83 petitions on palliative care that have been presented to the House in this session alone. Thousands of letters have been received by members of Parliament on all sides of the House.
The current options for palliative care in Canada are simply inadequate, and they do not meet the needs of Canadians. It was estimated that in 2011, only 16 to 30% of those who needed palliative care received adequate palliative or end-of-life care. In our current healthcare system, active short-term care is privileged. Now, this is excellent care, but we don't have the capacity and the funding that we need to offer long-term palliative care and quality end-of-life care. The costs of active care are 4 times higher than the costs of palliative care offered in palliative care centers. So we could do more at a lower cost. And accessibility outside of major centers is also a very important issue. Today, there are palliative care options in most densely populated areas in Canada. However, in rural and remote areas, there are few or no palliative care institutions. We need to put in place a plan to offer adequate palliative care in those regions. Access to palliative care should not depend on where you live.
Palliative care would also offer an enhanced quality of life for those that for various reasons do not choose medical-assisted dying. Data in countries that offer assisted dying shows that where good palliative care is available, 95% of people choose to live as well as they can for as long as they can. Palliative care will provide an option that would be preferable to many medical practitioners, nurse practitioners, and our healthcare institutions, who, for religious and conscious reasons, would prefer to help their patients to live well. With those 65 and older making up approximately 15% of the Canadian population, the geriatric and palliative care needs of Canadians will only increase. Palliative care can be cost-efficiently delivered within the home or in community-based systems such as hospices and palliative care in nursing homes and long-term care homes. Funding palliative care in homes and in standalone facilities will alleviate pressure on hospitals and free up many much-needed hospital beds. La bonne formation.
Good training for doctors and for nursing staff is also an important step if we are to put in place an exhaustive palliative care structure that is also well equipped. On average, students in medicine and in nursing only spend 20 hours of their 4 years of study on palliative care and end-of-life care. In 2011, there were only 200 geriatric care specialists in Canada. It's estimated that today Canada needs 600 of these specialists. This bill will also have a positive effect on the life of caregivers. In 2011, it was estimated that there were 4 to 5 million caregivers in Canada, and that they represent a contribution to Canada's economy of $25 billion. These caregivers often have to take on a heavy financial burden and are often forced to leave work for a month or longer to take care of someone. Caregivers provide 80% of all home care in Canada, and 77% of these caregivers are women. So a lot of statistics there, but these are numbers that we can't take lightly. Caregivers take on a financial, social, and physical burden, and this can have a major effect on their life. As has been noted by the Canadian Cancer Society, caregivers in Canada are the invisible backbone of our healthcare system, as they offer free healthcare valued at $25 billion.
Report will encourage palliative care in the home, which has demonstrated itself to be beneficial to everyone involved. Allowing patients to stay in their homes for as long as possible is a wise and compassionate choice that should be offered to every Canadian. As we can imagine, long-term data on the subject is hard to come by. What data we do have shows that Canada has a lot of work to do in the field of palliative care. Dr. Fred McGuinn of the Hospice Society of Halifax calculated that in 2011, there were over 200 residential hospices in the United Kingdom and over 1,300 residential hospices in the United States. However, there were only 30 freestanding residential hospices in Canada. Canada needs to develop its capacity for residential and hospice palliative care. In terms of actual spending, it costs between $600 and $800 a day to have a palliative care bed in a hospital. Comparatively, it costs only $55 a day to have palliative care beds at home. Between these, it costs $200 to $300 a day to have a palliative care bed in hospice. In extreme cases, it could cost upwards of $1,200 a day for beds in acute care in the hospital while awaiting other accommodations. So it would be much more cost-effective to fund quality at-home and in-hospice palliative care beds over beds in hospitals. Our lack of data and research into palliative care is why I believe it is essential we include further research and data collection into this bill. Many other UN countries have or have had laws in place regards to palliative care. Their report suggested that the cost of care at end of life measures between 25% and 30% of all medical expenditures. Shockingly, in Canada, 50% of palliative care funding currently has to come from charitable donations. This report from the United Nations and Worldwide Palliative Care Alliance determined that overall, the utilization of hospital-based and in-home-based hospice and palliative care services significantly reduces the cost of care while providing equal, if not better, quality care to patients. Ici à la Chambre, le gouvernement...
Here in the House, the government has stated that it would earmark $3 billion for home care and palliative care over the next 4 years. The bill to implement a general framework for palliative care would be an ideal complement to Bill C-14, in that it takes into account the concerns expressed by healthcare professionals while at the same time establishing high-quality palliative care strategy. This possibility of choice at the end of life provides a real option to patients who are already in a difficult situation. By putting in place a clear and comprehensive framework when it comes to palliative care, patients will be able to make fully enlightened decisions about how to spend what time is left to them with their family and friends.
Care done right. 1 in 5 residents of Sarnia are 65 or over, and this number is on the rise. And Sarnia is considered to be ahead of many communities with its 10-bed hospice and 8 to 10-bed hospital palliative care unit. We have more than 5 palliative care specialists in our area. And as a community, Sarnia-Lambton has many institutions and groups that support and deliver palliative care, such as St. Joseph's Hospice, the Blue Water Health Palliative Care Unit, and the Erie St. Clair Community Care Access Center, and the VON. But unfortunately, resources such as these are not abundant everywhere. This is attributed to a lack of medical training and personnel in this field and a lack of funding. A very small portion of Canadians in need of palliative care are able to receive it. With less than 30% of Canadians having access to quality palliative care, concrete changes need to be made. As a large portion of our population approaches retirement, the issue will just continue to grow. I'm looking to create a framework to implement consistent and quality palliative care across Canada. No Canadian should be denied these essential end-of-life programs and services because of their region or their finances. Every Canadian deserves the right to be able to end their life in peace and comfort, knowing that they had the final choice. This bill will result in Canadians having that true choice. I'd once again like to thank the numerous groups and organizations and hospices for their support. After all, 95% of people who have good palliative care choose to live as well as they can for as long as they can. I believe every Canadian should be given that option. So let us join together with one voice to call for quality palliative care as the right of all Canadians by supporting Bill C-277. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job. Questions and comments. I see a lot of members rising, so we'll try to get 3 questions in. So if members could keep it fairly concise, we'll be on the 5 minutes. The honourable member for London West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague from Sarnia-Lambton. It gives me great pleasure to stand in the House to tell you that I will be supporting this bill. I am very happy to because of my own personal experience watching my mother struggle at the end of her life 15 years ago. And even in a city the size of London, 15 years ago, we really didn't have enough beds, and I wouldn't want anyone to go through that. I did have a question, though, about whether she thinks that if she's considered aligning the bill with some of the best practices of provinces that are well ahead of this than the federal government.
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for a great question. Yes, absolutely. Now is the time to start to leverage the best practices. Provinces are starting to implement. Some are further ahead than others. And organizations like Pallium Canada and the Canadian Society of Palliative Care Physicians, the Canadian Nurses Association, all of these associations have got those best practices and are able to help leverage them. So now is the time to get the framework, defining the services that we're going to have, the standard training requirements, and to try to make sure that we roll this out in the most efficient way possible.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate the member for Sarnia-Lambton. She makes a great contribution to this House of Commons, and certainly New Democrats will be supportive of this bill as well. That being said, Mr. Speaker, I do recall in this House just a few years ago the Conservative government actually cutting out the National Secretariat on Palliative End-of-Life Care. So I'm hoping this signifies a change in direction from the Conservative Party. Can the member acknowledge that that is a change in direction from the Conservative Party and that all Conservative members will be supporting her bill?
Honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague as well. Absolutely, I'm bringing a fresh perspective to this place, as you know. And the Conservative Party will all be supporting this bill because we recognize that all Canadians are needing this. We this year, we're brought to this very basically, when we studied C-14 and we could see all the witnesses and all the people that were inputting saying, you really have to have good palliative care if you're going to have a true choice. Yeah. And to find out that 70% of Canadians have no access to any kind of palliative care was astounding to me. So I'm happy to say that we will support that, and that is a change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to add my congratulations to my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton for the incredible amount of work she's done in bringing us to this point today. She mentioned in her speech a number of the organizations nationally that are supporting her bill. Mr. Speaker, I also have the privilege in my own area of having a number of hospices that provide excellent palliative care. We have Innisfree, we have Lessard House, we have Hope Spring Cancer Centre. I'm just wondering if my colleague would expand a bit about her knowledge of the palliative care agency in her area, the Blue Water Palliative Care Agency, I believe it is, that provides excellent palliative care. I've had the privilege of visiting it, but I'd like to hear a little bit more about the kind of service they provide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank this member because he was one of them on the all-parliamentary committee that first brought this forward, and so I appreciate all the work that they did. Definitely in my riding, we have a very integrated approach. So there's St. Joseph's Hospice, and there's palliative care beds in the hospital, and there's the community care and VON home care type services, and they are all working in partnership under 5 palliative care specialists that are incredibly rare in Canada. So for a community as small as Sarnia to have this kind of expertise and to be working that way together. That is a real model that we want to leverage. And as I was putting the bill together and talking to different hospices, there's excellent hospices in other places of the country, those best practice models are what we need to learn from and implement as we go ahead. So there's an opportunity for the government with a lot of flexibility to determine how are we going to apply the solutions that are needed, how will we bring the infrastructure, what will the timing of all those things be. I look forward to working with all my colleagues on all sides of the House to get a better solution for Canadians.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to stand today to discuss Bill C-277, an act providing for the development of a framework on palliative care in Canada. With the introduction of this bill, the member for Sarnia-Lambton has taken a significant step forward in our national dialogue on palliative and end-of-life care, and I want to thank the member for bringing this forward. I appreciate the opportunity to provide some reflections on this extremely important initiative. Palliative care is an issue that's gaining increasing attention across our country. This was further magnified by discussions on end-of-life care options that occurred earlier this year when medical assistance in dying became a legal option. Views on this matter differ, but we can all agree that patients should have access to a full range of care options to treat pain and other symptoms at the end of their life. Palliative care is an approach to health care that focuses on the needs of patients who are living with life-threatening conditions, as well as their families. Research shows that it can have a significant impact on improving quality of life for patients while reducing the stress and burden on their families. As demographics in Canada shift, the need for end-of-life care is increasing, and Canadians have been loud and clear in calling for access to high quality for those who are approaching the end of their life. Mr. Speaker, before elected as a Member of Parliament, I had a privilege to be an oncology nurse in St. Joseph Health Centre, and I have actively provided palliative care to many patients, and I've seen firsthand the impact that what good palliative quality care has on patients and their families during the end of their lives. While palliative care has been improving in Canada, we know that there's still so much work to be done. Some studies have shown and have reported that as few as 16 to 30% of Canadians who die have access to it, depending on where you live in the country. More recently, a study by the Ontario Health Quality Council found that 40% of Ontarians who died in 2014-2015 had not received a palliative care service. Access often depends on physician referrals, the availability of services, and the awareness of care options among patients and their families. The Ontario study found that most patients did not start receiving palliative care until the last month of their life. This is a concern because early access can be critical, if not the most important, for maintaining the best possible quality of life for a patient. The study also found that less than half of the patients who received palliative care received it at home. Most of us want to stay in our homes and communities for as long as possible. When asked, the majority of Canadians say that they would rather prefer to spend their last days at home. In spite of this, close to 2/3 of deaths in this country are still happening in hospital. The Canadian Cancer Society issued a report this year called The Right to Care, Palliative Care for All Canadians. It highlighted a number of gaps and barriers to palliative care in Canada, such as lack of standards, limited data, insufficient training for providers, and inadequate support for caregivers. This study, and others like it, show that now is the time to work together on addressing these gaps. As was said by many times during the debate on Bill C-14, improving palliative care is a priority for our government. In fact, the preamble of this act clearly signals our intent to support improvements to a range of end-of-life care services in Canada. Canadians need real options, options that respect their plans and preferences for care in what is often a very difficult stage of life. It is obvious that Canadians are looking at their governments to make this happen. Stakeholders, including the Canadian Medical Association, the Canadian Hospice Palliative Care Association, the Quality End-of-Life Care Coalition of Canada, the Canadian Nurses Association, and the Canadian Cancer Society have all called for national leadership in the area of palliative care, and we have been listening. Our government believes that Bill C-277 provides us with a timely opportunity to take a leadership role on this issue, and we support the creation of a framework for palliative care. I would like to recognize the efforts of the member for Sarnia-Lambton in putting forward such a thoughtful proposal for what this framework could look like. However, in considering this bill, I would urge each member to also consider the need to respect jurisdictional roles and responsibilities in this area. As we know, health is a shared responsibility in our country, with most of the responsibility of delivering care falling under the purview of the provinces and territories. Most provincial and territorial governments already have some form of palliative care strategy, plan or framework, or have policies or programs in place to support palliative care. Several provinces recently dedicated funding to improve palliative care services in their respective jurisdictions. The bill needs to be better aligned with the scope of federal roles and responsibilities in relation to palliative care, and we will be introducing amendments to that effect. The government is well positioned to complement, bolster, and spread the important work underway across the country by provincial and territorial governments, as well as stakeholders across the health sector. I believe the amendments could be made that would achieve this objective while respecting the spirit of this bill. As we all know, the government provides provincial and territorial governments with a long-term funding for health care. Our government made a platform commitment to provide $3 billion to provinces and territories to deliver more and better home care services for Canadians, including those who need palliative care. This commitment is being pursued in the context of the health accord. Negotiation with provinces and territories are ongoing, and I'm optimistic that in the future there may be synergies with the proposed framework. Mr. Speaker, the division of responsibilities for health between the government and the provinces and territories presents us with both challenges and opportunities. If we move forward with implementing this bill, it will be important to talk to provincial and territorial governments and key stakeholders on the appropriate scope of the palliative care framework. It will also be important for us to learn from the significant body of work on palliative care that has been published in recent years. This includes reports from the Parliament, provincial and territorial advisory bodies, and stakeholders such as the Canadian Medical Association. One key example is the Canadian Hospice Palliative Care Association 2015 report called The Way Forward, which seeks to integrate a palliative care approach to care throughout the healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, I would like to close by thanking you for giving me the opportunity to reflect on the importance of this bill and to offer some considerations as we move forward, reviewing it in greater detail. I believe that a framework for palliative care is the right approach for Canada, and I look forward to further discussion on what that framework should look like so that we can all have better access to palliative care for all Canadians. And once again, I want to thank the member for bringing this extremely important piece of legislation to this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to be speaking about Bill C-277, an act for the development of a framework on palliative care in Canada, and I will be supporting this bill at second reading. The New Democrats have a dedicated history of supporting and advocating for a pan-Canadian palliative care strategy to deliver end-of-life services for Canadians. Now, more than ever, our advocacy is needed. As Canada's aging population puts unique stresses on our medical system, it is increasingly important that we have a coherent strategy for palliative and end-of-life care across Canada. This is an issue that touches every Canadian and leaves an impact on every single family. When we have good options for palliative care, we can ease the many burdens of families so they are able to make these difficult transitions. When services are fragmented, too many people fall through the cracks, right when they need the support the most. Only 16 to 30% of Canadians today who require formalized end of care have access to it. This is an extremely concerning figure. This means that the majority of Canadians who have spent their lives working hard, contributing to our economy, raising families, building communities, and working towards creating a Canada of which we can all be proud, will not have the end-of-life care they deserve. And even fewer Canadians receive grief and bereavement services. The time to act on this issue is long overdue. The mortality rate is set to increase by 33% by 2020, making the need for palliative care an urgent one, even more so within the context of the legalization of physician-assisted dying. The provision of high-quality palliative care services is all the more important as it provides meaningful options for end-of-life decisions. Currently, nearly 25% of the total cost of palliative care is borne by families, and significant disparities remain across Canada with respect to access to end-of-life care, quality of care, and those out-of-pocket expenses. At least 50% of hospice palliative care services are funded by charitable donations, which continues to restrict the size, scope, and access Canadians have to palliative programs. Very few Canadian provinces have designated hospice palliative care as a core service under their provincial health plans, and in the remaining provinces, hospice palliative care may be included in provincial home care budgets or other health service budgets, leaving the funding vulnerable to retribution and cuts. We must have a national strategy that can protect the palliative care of Canadians who have access to it, expand access to care for Canadians who do not have it, and improve upon the quality and affordability of care for all. On average, it is estimated that Canadians spend 54 hours per week caring for a dying loved one at home. For most people, this is simply not feasible. Most people in my community need to work to support themselves and their families. Currently, family caregivers provide more than 80% of their care to their loved ones, which takes an economic toll on them personally. If the government provided supports to an end-of-life strategy and replaced these family caregivers with specific palliative care professionals trained to provide the proper types of care for those who are at the end of their lives, this would take a huge financial strain off of our more expensive acute and emergency care facilities. A national strategy for palliative care would also have positive effects on families across Canada beyond the financial cost. End-of-life care is difficult and an emotional time for families, and more often, studies overwhelmingly suggest that women are more affected as they tend to be the primary caregivers within families. The mental and physical strain of acting as a caregiver is linked to societal expectation on women to provide a greater degree of care at the end of life for family members. Mr. Speaker, I, like many others in this House, have a personal experience with this exact scenario. My 94-year-old grandmother, matriarch of our family, Mary Murphy, passed away on October 22nd this year. She was fortunate to have been in long-term care, but could not be placed in hospice care due to a lack of space. My grandmother was blessed to have 5 angels and daughters who were selfless caregivers to help her through her end-of-life journey. My mother, Linda, and her 4 sisters, Nancy, Janet, Kathy, and Debbie. Our family is eternally grateful to them for all of them putting their lives on hold to ensure that my grandmother's dignity and comfort in her last days was a top priority. But, Mr. Speaker, I can't help but think of what options of hospice care could have been provided to my family during this difficult time. By supporting this legislation at second reading, we can promote a fuller discussion about the familial and gendered ramifications for a palliative care strategy. The NDP has repeatedly called for the betterment of end-of-life care. On October 31st, 2013, the Member of Parliament for Timmins James Bay introduced Motion M456, which called for the establishment of a palliative and end-of-life care strategy. His motion called for the federal government to work in conjunction with the provinces and territories on a flexible and integrated model of palliative care. This motion passed with nearly unanimous support the following year on May 28, 2014. Mr. Speaker, it is frustrating for us to once again have to advocate for something that we all know Canadians would greatly benefit from. The government has made no substantial progress on this file, and this bill seems to essentially replicate the initiatives taken by the NDP nearly 3 years ago. It was the New Democrats who called for the dignity of Canadians at the end of their lives. The initiative for a pan-Canadian palliative strategy is an NDP one, not only due to the replication of M456, but also due to the continued advocacies of New Democrats have given this issue. Sadly, as you may recall, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives cut the National Secretariat on Palliative End-of-Life Care in 2006. For nearly 10 years, no action to implement a new strategy was taken. So although we continue to talk about moving forward for those families and those needing a comprehensive national strategy for end-of-life care, Canadian families need action on this issue. And I'm pleased to hear the member speaking today that the Conservative government of the day today will support this initiative. I was proud of the work that my NDP colleague, the member for Victoria, during the meetings held by the Special Joint Commission regarding the Carter decision by the Supreme Court of Canada. The member for Victoria fought hard to bring forward palliative care provisions to create a properly funded pan-Canadian strategy of palliative and end-of-life care, and to re-establish Health Canada's Secretariat on Palliative Care. The Standing Committee on Justice unanimously passed NDP amendments on palliative care, which were added to the preamble of the bill. While I will say that I was happy to know that our amendments were included, ultimately I was disappointed as the preamble does not hold as much legal weight as the actual text of the legislation. I would also like to remind this place, Mr. Speaker, that although we fought to incorporate palliative care into the Liberal Majority Joint Committee report on physician-assisted dying, I was surprised to find this year's federal budget contained zero federal funds earmarked for palliative care. The budget this spring and the update this fall simply failed to deliver on these concrete recommendations. So although, after my NDP colleagues have done so much work to bring forward a national strategy for palliative and end-of-life care, both in previous and within this current Parliament, neither the former Conservative government nor the current Liberal government has helped those Canadians needing this essential care provision. Mr. Speaker, I believe it is common for us to all think we have more time. Especially when I was younger, I couldn't imagine planning into the next month, let alone planning for my senior years or thinking about my own end-of-life care. But as I get a little bit older, I see family members and loved ones around me age, and I hope I also get a little bit wiser. Part of that growing wisdom is acknowledging that as a community and as a nation, we need a vision and a plan. People in Essex have told me that they believe in comprehensive health care systems, which include home care, long-term care, and palliative care. In this vision and plan, it's vital that the government take into account Canada's vast diversity. Across this country, from urban to rural, Canadians have different needs, influences, and preferences to take into consideration when designing and implementing an end-of-life care plan. It must also respect cultural, spiritual, and familial needs of all Canadians, including Canada's First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. This is bigger than any of us individually. It is bigger than any of our individual parties. It is a moment when we have to try to work together to have that vision. I would like to think that we can stand together in this place, in this House, and do just that. Our worth as a society is measured by the support we give those members who are most vulnerable. Let's provide them with more than just words and hyperbole. Let's work together to put forward a comprehensive, pan-Canadian, palliative and end-of-life care strategy that works for everyone.
And resuming debate, and the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pleasure that I rise in the House today and speak in favour of Bill C-277, an act providing for the development of a framework on palliative care in Canada. Over the past 10 years I've served in this place, palliative care has been one of the issues on which I have spent a lot of time, and so I want to thank the honourable member, my colleague, the member from Sarnia-Lambton, for introducing this bill and taking up this great cause at this crucial time in Canadian history. This legislation is essential for two fundamental reasons. First, it addresses a major gap in our Canadian healthcare system. The vast majority of Canadians do not have access to an essential healthcare service, palliative care. Second, in a post-Carter Canada, we need to understand the realities and questions that Canadians now face nearing the end of their lives. My roles in serving as the co-founder of the Parliamentary Committee on Palliative and Compassionate Care, as member of the Joint Committee on Assisted Suicide and Euthanasia, and as an advocate for suicide prevention through the last decade inside this chamber and out. All of these experiences ultimately shape how I approach this subject and my deep conviction that we need to do better and we need to see this legislation passed and implemented as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, I also want to add that as a Christian, the value of life from conception until natural death and the recognition that life is a sacred gift from God also shapes how I approach the topic of understanding comfortable living for those living in their last days. I would like to begin with a quote from Jean Vanier, founder of L'Arche Canada, as recorded in the Parliamentary Committee on Palliative and Compassionate Care final report, not to be forgotten. Quote, "Each of us is fragile, with deep needs for both love and a sense of belonging. We begin and end our lives vulnerable and dependent, requiring others to care for us. In our states of dependence, our need cries out for attention and care. If this need is well received, it calls forth the powers of love in others and creates unity around us, the gift of the vulnerable to our world. If our cry and our need are unmet, we remain alone and in anguish. The danger in our culture of productivity and achievements is that we easily dismiss and ignore as unproductive the gifts and beauty of our most vulnerable members, and we do so at our own peril, dehumanizing ourselves." End of quote. The question that we all need to ask ourselves is this: will we now withhold from our society the love, the care, the attention for most vulnerable, and in the process dehumanize not only those who need our care, but also ourselves, we who should be providing that care? Taken from the committee's report, not to be forgotten, quote, "Adequate palliative end-of-care life becomes more essential as the numbers of Canadians requiring these services grows. Canada is not providing adequate palliative care and end-of-life care for all who need it. In Canada, only 16 to 30% of those who need it receive palliative care. 16 to 30% is a failing grade in any ordinary exam. How much more so in the context of our dying fellow citizens, friends, and relatives? Mr. Speaker, this is not merely a failing grade. This is a disastrous failing grade." Our report went on, quote, "Despite efforts made by palliative care providers, Canadians have a long way to go to meet our goal of quality end-of-life care. Canadians in all parts of our country should be able to get effective palliation of their pain and symptoms and have their psychosocial and spiritual needs addressed." End of quote. So the question is, what quality of life do we want to provide for Canadians? The provision of proper palliative care is absolutely essential if we are truly serious about maximizing the quality of life for all Canadians who find themselves in need of this additional support at a time when they are most vulnerable. Again, from our report, not to be forgotten, quote, "We recommend the federal government, in collaboration with provinces and territories, implement a right to home care, long-term care, and palliative care for all residents of Canada, equal to the current rights in the Canada Health Act, to those services that are defined as insured health services, including hospital service, physician service, and surgical dental service." End of quote. Bill C-277 follows up with that same expectation, Mr. Speaker. The Minister, it quotes, "The Minister of Health must, in consultation with the representatives of the provincial and territorial governments responsible for health, as well as with palliative care providers, develop and implement a framework designed to give Canadians access to palliative care provided through hospitals, home care, long-term care facilities, residential hospices, that, among other things, quote, evaluates the advisability of amending the Canada Health Act to include palliative care services provided through home care, long-term care, and residential hospices." In a post-Carter Canada, we need to realize that the environment in which people approach the end of life has changed drastically. According to researchers Tang and Crane, quote, "The risk of suicide doubles for people with chronic pain." End of quote. Now that people have access to medically assisted suicide, I would argue that there's a high probability that this number may drastically increase as the Canadian population ages and experiences higher rates of chronic pain, as outlined above. But we know that good palliative care can eliminate virtually 99% of all pain. The heart of the issue, outlined well by the expert panel appointed by our previous Conservative government, is that a request for physician-assisted suicide cannot truly be voluntary if the option of proper palliative care is not readily available to alleviate a person's suffering. While palliative care is not exclusively for the terminally ill Canadians must be given the choice to live as well as they can for as long as they can. The government has failed to address this gap in our medical system, either through Bill C-14 or Budget 2016. Current provincial and territorial approaches to the delivery of palliative care are fragmented. Federal leadership is needed to ensure that all Canadians have access to the same services and quality of care. Mr. Speaker, there are almost always problems in gaining access to palliative care, and a good part of the reason is the lack of medical practitioners who feel qualified to provide state-of-the-art palliative care. There are not enough opportunities to access proper training. Recently, a large medical school in Ontario had 169 applicants for elective time specifically devoted to study palliative care, yet there was only room for 35 of those applicants to be placed in the program. This problem needs to be corrected. Again, Mr. Speaker, from not to be forgotten, quote, Dr. Valerie Schultz of the Schulich School of Medicine in London, Ontario, has developed a simple and effective way to get medical students interested in palliative care. Each year, 12 students from the undergraduate program become hospice volunteers, undergoing 30 hours of training, each being mentored by an experienced hospice volunteer. They visit clients in their homes. The experience is priceless for the future doctors, as it gives them a chance to meet and converse with people outside of the clinical environment, and without the need to bring a clinical perspective to the relationship. They relate to the hospice clients as persons, learning how they feel and react to the prospect of dying. Friendships are formed and lessons learned, which will be a lifelong value to future doctors in terms of person-centered care. The clients are also transformed. They're touched that a future doctor would care enough to spend time with them in a companion role. This program is worth emulation and broader application, end of quote. If larger numbers of medical and other healthcare students across Canada were able to experience one-on-one relationships as hospice volunteers, the positive effects on our medical culture would be immense. But we need our medical schools to increase available training options for those students who want access to the specialized training. Bill C-227 is a step in the right direction in protecting vulnerable Canadians. It builds on the nonpartisan, unanimously supported work of previous parliamentarians, and I hope that all parties will be supporting this historic legislation. Finally, Mr. Speaker, let me quote from an anonymous author as it relates to palliative care. Quote, to cure sometimes, to relieve often, and to comfort always. This is our work. End of quote. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure that I rise to speak on this particular bill and compliment the member across the way, who I know is a recipient of one of those parliamentarian awards. Mr. Speaker, this is indeed a very encouraging private member's bill, and just listening to the debate for the last 45 minutes, you get this sense of some momentum that could ultimately see it go to committee. And I, for one, would like to see it go to committee. I suspect if you were to canvass around that there's seems to be some thoughts that maybe we could make some amendments to it to improve the quality of the final piece. So ultimately, what we want, Mr. Speaker, I think is something that is virtually unanimous, is that as members we understand and appreciate the need for furthering the cause of palliative care. I can tell you that this has been an issue for me for many years. In fact, there was a time in which I was the healthcare critic in the province of Manitoba, and nothing was frustrated me more when I would go into a hospital facility and you would see paneled patients waiting in a hospital because there was not enough done to deal with palliative care. In essence, sitting in some cases in hallways in hospitals because there wasn't the facility or the rooms, even for, in certain situations, for individuals that were in need of palliative care, Mr. Speaker. I don't know to the degree of the severity that it is today. I think there's a better appreciation of what palliative care is and how important palliative care is to all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. It bridges all generations. You do not have to be an individual that's seeing, the end of life in a few weeks. You could have family members that appreciate the need for whether it's seniors, younger individuals, and that we need and can do so much more. Mr. Speaker, where does one begin in trying to address this issue? Many provinces would argue, and rightfully so to a certain degree, that we've got to be careful in terms of provincial jurisdiction. But what I really respect about our current Minister of Health, because for years I sat on the other side, and I didn't think that we were very proactive on the healthcare file. But what I have seen in this particular Minister of Health is a sense of passion that Canada needs to come to the table in terms of strong national leadership on a number of social health issues. And palliative care is one of those, Mr. Speaker. Just last spring we had a very, what I would suggest to you, apolitical, passionate argument about assisted dying legislation that was before us. During that debate, we saw members on all sides of the House move to the degree in which there were tears that were being shed, stories that were being told, Mr. Speaker, in terms of why it is that health care is so very important, not only to recognize it as a provincial jurisdiction, but also the important role that we as a federal government have to play in dealing with this. I say that, Mr. Speaker, because Canada is at a critical time. We often hear about the financing of health care, and Ottawa needs to play that role. And, I have spoken inside this chamber on numerous occasions. When I talk about health care and the financing of health care, one of the things that I respected so much about the Paul Martin government is that they established that health care accord that put into place health care funding. That health care funding back in 2004 is the reason why we have the record amounts of financing going into health care in every region of our country, Mr. Speaker. That health care accord expired in 2014. We now have a Minister of Health that has reached out to the provinces under the direction of the Prime Minister and ultimately the Cabinet, and I like to think that all members, when we have debates of this nature taking place, receiving a very clear mandate. And I know that the department, because we've heard the Parliamentary Secretary to the Department of Health, I know that the Minister of Health in particular is very much in tune with what is being said here today. And I would like to think that the message that we should be sending to the Minister of Health is that Ottawa has to and must play a strong national leadership role in terms of the future of palliative care and ensuring that there is some conformity, to ensuring that there's palliative care that's in every region of our country. I understand and appreciated one of the questions that was posed to the sponsor was, well, what about the idea of looking for best practices? We need to acknowledge that there are some provinces that are actually ahead of other provinces on this very important issue, Mr. Speaker. And, from a Canadian perspective, as someone that loves our country, and it shouldn't matter where we live, whether it's in Newfoundland, Labrador, or the province of Quebec, or Ontario, Winnipeg, my favorite city, Mr. Speaker, or out at the Pacific Coast, or many of our rural communities, Mr. Speaker. Every region, up north, wherever it might be, we should have this sense of equality and that there's some equity that is there. That, no, if you want good palliative care, that you have to live in this region of the country. That's something that we don't want to see, Mr. Speaker. What we want to see, I believe, and what I know that the Minister of Health, at least I choose to believe that she is looking for, is where are the best practices? What role can Ottawa play in terms of working with the different provinces and trying to make sure that those best practices are in fact being implemented? And how does Ottawa best ensure that that is taking place, Mr. Speaker? There's a need for us to ensure that there's a sense of accountability. We all know that tax dollars are limited, Mr. Speaker, and our taxpayers want us to spend smart. And I can tell you, as a former healthcare critic, there is a lot of room for improvement on the expenditures and the way in which healthcare is managed, Mr. Speaker. And I say that knowing full well that in different provinces, there's different ways in which things are approached. And that's why I would ultimately argue that when we talk about palliative care, when we talk about pharmaceuticals or medications, when we talk about even emergency services, Mr. Speaker, to recognize, at least in part, that Ottawa has something to contribute to the debate, Mr. Speaker, that it's not just our responsibility to write checks for billions and billions of dollars. We do that, Mr. Speaker. We pump a lot of money into the healthcare system, record amounts of money into our public healthcare system, and that is something that we should do, Mr. Speaker. Healthcare is a part of our Canadian identity. We, as Canadians, love our healthcare system. But as Canadians, we know that there is room for improvement. And when I think of room for improvement, I think of things such as the medications, mental health, and what we're debating here today, palliative care. And Mr. Speaker, this is one of those things from a personal perspective. And I'll be very upfront with the passing of my father and the fantastic work that our healthcare professionals, the backbone of our system, put in and day out. And we cannot give them the credit, enough credit, the credit that is owed because of the loving and caring attitudes that so many of our healthcare professionals have. And we owe it to them. We owe it to the patients. We owe it to the clients and the individuals to do the very best job we can as legislatures. In other words, we need to get it right, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I'm pleased that the member has so openly acknowledged that, yes, this is her bill, but having said that, that going into committee, that she is open to amendments, because I do believe that with amendments, we can make this even a better piece of legislation. And by doing that, Mr. Speaker, all Canadians will benefit, and that is something I think that all of us want to be able to achieve, especially on those apolitical issues such as palliative care, because we all care about palliative care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I recognize the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue for her speech, I must inform her that there are about 2 minutes remaining for her speech. Of course, she'll have more time available when the House resumes debate on this question, as usual. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Given that I have relatively little time ahead of me, one of the important points is ensuring that we respect provincial jurisdiction in healthcare, and so I will send my recommendations directly to the member. The second point that I find particularly important that she didn't mention in her bill is the importance of talking about palliative care for First Nations people, for Indigenous communities. And in the previous Parliament, my colleague from Timmins, James Bay, had presented an opposition motion, which I had seconded, where the notion of giving access to palliative care to Indigenous communities was discussed, and it's essential that there be representatives of First Nations present when the federal government and provincial governments negotiate on this, particularly given that the federal government is responsible for care for Indigenous peoples and needs to act. There is basically no project underway from the government for palliative care for First Nations. I know that in a community in my riding, there's a palliative care home that is interested in putting in place a program for Indigenous peoples, but they don't have the funding they need for that. They would be ready to put a project in place, so it would be possible to start some concrete projects for First Nations people to ensure that they have access to palliative care that meets their cultural needs. And I think it's very important that there be amendments to the bill so that we really speak to the specific needs of First Nations, that we understand their cultural relationship with death, and ensure that there are good care options in rural areas. We need to ensure that they get funding immediately so that we can get these projects in place. So I think that it's very important. I will speak directly to that with the sponsor of this bill for the studying committee. Thank you. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue will have 8 minutes remaining for her speech when the House resumes debate on this motion. The time provided for private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have made and seconded. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in the House today to continue a discussion that I began on September 26th when I asked the Minister of Canadian Heritage, and I would say of official languages, even if that's not in her official title, unfortunately, since the Liberals took power, concerning Parks Canada. The Official Languages Commissioner published in September an audit report concerning the bilingual services available to visitors to parks in Canada, and the report unfortunately showed that Parks Canada still has trouble offering services in both official languages in an equal fashion. So as you know, Mr. Speaker, the Official Languages Commissioner, well, he publishes reports with recommendations, and later he does an audit to determine whether or not the recommendations were implemented, and that changes have been made. And in his recommendations, well, we've seen that of the 9 recommendations that he put in his report, a couple of them were implemented, 4 were not implemented at all, and 3 had been partially implemented. So, Mr. Speaker, this shows the importance of leadership from a government. And here we see that there's a lack of leadership from the Liberal government and the Minister of Canadian Heritage, and I would add official languages. This shows why it's important that, well, we need leadership, and that she needs to go see her colleague who is in charge of Parks Canada to say that there are changes that need to be made. And unfortunately, that has not been done. And, well, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to official languages, the problem is often a problem of leadership. How is it that, for example, we still don't have an RCMP oversight system to ensure that bilingual services are offered here on the Hill? We still haven't got an acceptable answer from the Minister of Public Services and Procurement on a report from the Official Languages Committee on the Translation Bureau. Her answer doesn't respond to any of the unanimous recommendations from members of the committee. So there's a lot of examples like this, Mr. Speaker, where there's a lack of leadership. So that having been said, Mr. Speaker, as you'll know, we will soon be celebrating the 150th birthday of Canada. And parks across Canada will be free. Access to the parks will be free to encourage Canadians to celebrate our environment, our nature, our natural riches. And unfortunately, we're worried that access in both official languages will not be there. So what is the Liberal government doing, and how can the Minister of Heritage and Official Languages, what is she going to do to ensure that there's more leadership? Will she go see her colleagues, for example, the Minister of the Environment, to say, what's going on? Why is there not an active offer of service? Why are bilingual services not available in all of Parks Canada's parks, or in all the areas that Parks Canada is responsible for? And why is there no leadership when it comes to, for example, bilingual services from the RCMP here on the Hill, and for the Translation Bureau, where we got a response to a unanimous report that was incredibly disappointing, that disappointed all members of the Official Languages Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change said in this House, we welcomed the concerns of the Official Languages Commissioner in terms of the recommendations made about service in both official languages at Parks Canada. Our government is determined to ensure that federal services are offered in full compliance with the Official Languages Act, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague from across the way for highlighting the fact that indeed in 2017 access to all parks will be free, and we want to celebrate the 150th with all Canadians. Like our official languages, all of our national parks and historical places belong to all Canadians. Offering bilingual services is essential to bring all Canadians together. These parks must respect and reflect our linguistic duality.
Is committed to providing bilingual services to the public at all of its designated bilingual offices, national parks, and national historic sites, in keeping with its obligations under the Official Languages Act. Mr. Speaker, the Minister responsible for official languages is working with all of her cabinet colleagues and demonstrating great leadership as we approach official languages from horizontal leadership, a whole of cabinet approach to our responsibilities in face of the law of official languages. And what's really important is when we're looking at parks and Canada 150 and access that will be provided free to all Canadians, that they be able to have that great experience in either language of their choice.
In terms of the quality of the bilingualism of RCMP officers on Parliament Hill, we clearly indicated in May that our government believes in the importance of encouraging and promoting the use of both official languages within Canadian society, but particularly within federal institutions. We are taking the Commissioner's recommendations very seriously, and our government will ensure that the Parliamentary Protection Service and that the RCMP rapidly implement the recommendations in the report.
RCMP and the Parliamentary Protective Service are required to serve the public in full accordance with the Official Languages Act. Steps have already been taken to address the concerns raised in the Official Language Commissioner's report and to ensure that members of the public can access services in their first official language. I
would like to also remind the member for Drummond that the federal government is currently preparing a new multi-year action plan for official languages. And we expect, as a government, we are waiting for the report from the Official Languages Committee on the previous roadmap from the previous government, and we're looking forward to hearing their recommendations on our new action plan. But I think, Mr. Speaker, that it's important to note to what extent we succeeded with horizontal leadership in official languages. I would note that we're working on bilingualism for judges in the Supreme Court. That's an example of great collaboration between the Minister of Heritage and the Minister of Justice. The work being done at the St. Jean Royal Military College. The renewal of regulations on official languages, which will ensure the long-term survival of OLMCs. That's a great partnership between the Minister and the Treasury Board President. Funding for infrastructure for OLMCs. That's great partnership with the Minister of Science and Economic Development. I would end, Mr. Speaker, by saying that in Canada, our 150th birthday is coming up. We will have celebrations in both official languages from ocean to ocean to ocean.
Député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, Mr. Speaker, yes, we have seen some successes, but, well, the Parliamentary Secretary mentioned that he is looking forward impatiently to the committee's report, but I hope that the committee's report on the future action plan won't have the same destiny as that of the report on the Translation Bureau, because you know what they did, Mr. Speaker, with the report on the Translation Bureau? They took it and they threw it out the window. That's not how you respect the work of a committee, which listened to experts, which did very good work over weeks and months even to craft a report that respected the views of all of the experts who appeared before committee, and which led to the creation of a unanimous committee report, which is very rare, Mr. Speaker. And despite that, well, what that shows is that on a number of occasions, the Minister of Heritage and Official Languages has shown a lack of leadership, and that's a very clear example of that. When it comes to bilingualism for Supreme Court judges, there's still no law. There's just a policy, and a policy can be changed anytime, so that's not enough. It shows a lack of leadership. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I know that it's important to note that in our world and in our government, better is always possible, and we're here to ensure that we can improve services for Canadians in both official languages under the OLA. And we respect the work done by the Standing Committee on Official Languages, and we are impatient to see their report. Attendance at parks and historic places managed by Parks Canada should go up next year, because the 214 sites across the country will offer free access to visitors as we celebrate the 150th birthday of Confederation. Our government will act quickly to ensure that services and programming be offered in French and English at all 214 sites as we look ahead to the celebrations of the sesquicentennial. This is something we must do, and we will do it. We will respect the OLA.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm back here on adjournment to talk about the Belledune project. When I asked my question, the Minister of Infrastructure gave an answer that was unsatisfactory, and I thought maybe because it wasn't really his portfolio, so maybe it would be a good idea to ask the question again. So I'm very happy to see the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Transport here. In order to understand the concerns that gave rise to this issue, there were no less than 23 resolutions from municipalities in Quebec that called for an assessment of the risk to the public. So let's just quickly describe what those municipalities face, just for a few numbers that create an image. So a train car carries about 720 barrels of oil, and we're talking 80,000 barrels of oil on one train load, and 2 train loads a day. In other words, annually, that's 58 million barrels of oil that will be transported and that will go through multiple municipalities in Quebec. And what kind of financial compensation? A big fat zero with a line through it. But all the risks are there and zero compensation. So the municipalities are calling on the federal government to require rail companies to disclose what they're transporting, not in an annual report after the fact, but ahead of time, before these dangerous goods transit those communities. The Parliamentary Secretary and the Minister, are they not concerned that such a big project should be assessed? And that's an assessment that the municipalities are calling for. Isn't it justified? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member opposite from Trois-Rivières for his question. The Minister of Transport is aware that he has the great responsibility of making sure that we do everything humanly possible to ensure a tragedy like Lac Mégantic never happens again. This is why he takes the concerns of communities about the transportation of dangerous goods through their neighborhoods to heart.
The July 2013 accident, which cost the lives of 47 people, has underlined in the most dramatic way possible the importance of rail safety in transporting dangerous goods. Transport Canada completed a significant amount of work following the tragedy in Lac-Mégantic. This included new rules pertaining to the safe transportation of dangerous goods by rail, new compensation and liability requirements, new tank car requirements, new classification requirements, and new emergency response assistance plan requirements. Since the start of the minister's mandate, the regime has been further strengthened, particularly in transporting dangerous goods by rail. For example, in February 2016, he announced the rule respecting key trains and key routes. The rule imposes new speed limits for trains carrying dangerous goods, requires railway companies to conduct increased track inspections, and requires railway companies to assess and address risks in order to incorporate the safety concerns of municipalities and other levels of local government in their risk assessments. In addition, the Railway Safety Management System regulations require that companies establish a risk assessment process to identify and address risks on an ongoing basis, in particular when a railway company intends to start transporting dangerous goods or a different type of dangerous goods. Then, under the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act, the minister also announced several measures, including requiring railways to provide municipalities and first responders with even more information on dangerous goods. And this will help improve emergency planning, risk assessments, and help train first responders. Other examples include the phasing out of DOT 111 tank cars that were used to transport flammable liquids, including crude oil and ethanol in Canada. As of November 1st, 2016, these leased crash-resistant tank cars can no longer be used for crude oil service. This is a crucial step towards strengthening our rail safety system. On October 12, 2016, the minister announced the new Rail Safety Improvement Program with over $55 million in funding. This new program increases overall funding, expands the list of eligible recipients, and broadens the scope of projects that could be funded to enhance rail safety. Finally, the minister was grateful to have Denis Lauzon, the fire chief of Lac-Mégantic, with him as he announced Transportation 2030, a plan that will notably accelerate the review of the Railway Safety Act in order to further improve railway safety across the country. Mr. Speaker, improving rail safety is the Minister of Transport's top priority, and these are positive developments in his mandate. However, he realizes, and we realize, this is only the beginning.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize that the Parliamentary Secretary is expressing a lot of wishful thinking, but very little in concrete terms to meet the concerns, to address the concerns of the municipalities. I'm thinking of Cyrano, who said the answer is quite short, ultimately, because the relationship with the municipalities requires us to do what they ask. The NDP's idea of requiring rail companies to get a certificate, a specific certificate, makes perfect sense. The minister should be able to designate the transportation or subject any transportation of dangerous goods to an environmental assessment. So in terms of self-management of rail safety, there should be an independent analysis to ensure public safety, especially of any community that's along the tracks. Can the Parliamentary Secretary give us anything concrete, any concrete steps that will be taken in the weeks to come, or at the very least in the months to come, rather than in years to come? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, and as I had mentioned, following the Lac-Mégantic tragedy, Transport Canada took immediate action to further improve railway safety and the transportation of dangerous goods. The Minister of Transport is committed to taking these actions even further. For example, the rules respecting key trains and key routes came into force this year, These are permanent rules for railway companies that further maintain the safe and secure transportation of dangerous goods by rail. Specifically, they impose speed restrictions for trains carrying dangerous goods, require increased track inspections, and require more robust risk assessments that incorporate input from municipalities and other local government into their risk assessments. We also established new legislative measures to improve emergency planning and risk assessments and to help train first responders. And these are just a few examples of how this government has invested in rail safety to safeguard Canadians that live along rail corridors, and the minister will continue to present initiatives that will strengthen rail safety in Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cariboo Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're here tonight to address the failure of this government to bring home a new softwood lumber agreement. And in that vein, a failure to answer a simple question. Since I know we've all worked hard and we'd like to get back at work, Mr. Speaker, I'll once again ask, why is this government so against forestry jobs? The previous Conservative government spent nearly a decade building an envious reputation when it came to international trade, and it took the Liberals just over a year to destroy it. I've got a few names I'd like to rattle off for you, Mr. Speaker, if you'll bear with me for a moment. The member from Mississauga Malton, the member from Kings Haunts, the member from Beaujeu, the member from Regina Wascana, the member for Cardigan, and finally, the member from Markham Thornhill. Mr. Speaker, you may ask, what do all these honourable Liberal cabinet ministers, and I might add senior Liberal cabinet ministers, have in common? When they were on this side of the House, in the official opposition, where I stand right now, they all chose to vote against softwood lumber. Mr. Speaker, how can the hardworking communities, or Canadians, and the communities that depend on forestry really truly believe that this government has their best interests at heart? Mr. Speaker, the last softwood lumber dispute cost the Canadian forestry sector $5.3 billion, and it was settled by the previous Conservative government negotiating an agreement within 3 months of coming into office in 2006. Our Conservative government put to bed the costly and longest trade disagreement with our major trading partner, because Stephen Harper had a vision for Canada and a plan for the economy. Mr. Speaker, those Liberal members stood in the way of high-quality, well-paying jobs. Jobs that my constituents depend on. It's no wonder we don't have a new deal when the honourable members chose to vote against having billions of dollars in duties returned to this side of the border. And it's clear that this Liberal government once again stands against the resource industry that fuel the Canadian economy in its entirety. As a matter of fact, the Prime Minister's on record that's saying under his tenure, the world will come to know Canadians more for its resourcefulness than our resources. Mr. Speaker, it is first a carbon tax, then a failure to deliver a deal on our forestry families, and finally now higher energy bills for Canadians that cause Canadians pause for concern. When will the final nail be put in the coffin, Mr. Speaker? When will it stop? I urge the Prime Minister to get on the phone with the President-elect and bring home a deal that won't result in mill closures and widespread job losses for our hardworking constituents. We know from experience that this will happen. As a matter of fact, I had a mill owner in my office during riding week that said he cannot afford to go through a long and protracted litigation period. We simply can't afford it. What is this government doing to protect jobs? They put a measly $30 million aside for litigation. Mr. Speaker, they just gave $25 million to an organization, a foreign organization, that is known to support Hamas, a jihadist terrorist organization. Canadians deserve to know where this Liberal government is in the process. They don't need more platitudes, empty rhetoric from the Minister of Trade about how hard she works. We need answers. I know my constituents are not better off today than they were a year ago. My only hope that it doesn't get worse for them, and Canadians need to know that this government is not against the hardworking Canadians and the communities that depend not just on our forestry jobs, but our natural resources industries. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The basic premise of that speech, because it wasn't really a question, is false, even ridiculous. Softwood lumber is a fundamental pillar of the Canadian forestry industry and more generally of the Canadian economy. The Canadian softwood lumber industry is the livelihood of almost 260,000 people all across Canada, often in areas that are rural, where communities depend heavily on this industry. Although Canada has managed to diversify its markets in recent years, the United States remains the main destination for Canadian softwood exports. Our government is fully aware of the importance of the softwood industry for Canadians from coast to coast, and of the fact that it is essential to maintain stable, predictable access to the U.S. market to enable Canadian companies to continue to succeed. For this reason, our government has made it a priority. We have made softwood lumber a priority since taking office. In his joint statement with President Obama on June 29, 2016, the Prime Minister defined the main components of a new deal. The Minister of International Trade, myself, and Ambassador McNaughton have all taken part intensively in moving this file forward and have held consultations with stakeholders from all across the country. The Trade Minister has also worked repeatedly with her U.S. counterpart, Ambassador Michael Froman. Together, they released a statement on October 12, 2016, in which they indicated that although the moratorium had come to an end, both countries would continue their negotiations with a view to reaching a mutually acceptable agreement. Representatives from Global Affairs Canada have kept up an intensive pace of negotiations with their U.S. counterparts, and they will continue to do so. They've met 18 times since October 15, 2015, in addition to holding regular unofficial discussions. Our government, this is what our government has done when the previous government didn't even undertake negotiations knowing that the deal would come to an end. Our government recognizes the vital importance of the softwood lumber industry for Canadians from coast to coast. We are working tirelessly to protect Canadian jobs. The Government of Canada is looking to reach a good deal, not just any old deal, and will vigorously defend Canadian interests when it comes to softwood lumber, including through the courts if necessary. The Government of Canada is of the view that Canada, the United States, and Mexico all benefit from NAFTA, thanks to an open and predictable trade environment that's based on rules that the agreement created 22 years ago. Getting rid of customs duties and the rules in NAFTA have made it possible to make significant gains in efficiency in our supply chains. Many industries now have integrated supply chains that involve all three countries and make it possible to maintain international competition. Canada has no friend, partner, or ally that's closer than the U.S. We anxiously await the opportunity to work very closely with the new administration as well as with the U.S. Congress, particularly in the areas of trade and investment. But, Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt about it. We are going to keep up the effort to reach a deal. That's a priority for this government.
Prince George.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians need to know, and those Canadians that are dependent on the forestry industry need to know that when this government is sitting across the table from our closest friend and ally, that they are fighting for Canadians. They're standing up for Canadian jobs. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm not quite sure that we've seen it at this point. We've had the honourable member stand in the House. We've had our Minister of Trade stand in the House and say that this new relationship is unprecedented with the president, the outgoing president, this outgoing administration, that is going to yield the same announcement that he said, he referenced in June. He also, both members, President of the United States as well as the Prime Minister, both said that we'd have something in 100 days. Mr. Speaker, we are heading down a long and protracted period of litigation, which means probably, likely, if history dictates, that we are going to see mill closures, job losses in my riding, job losses in rural Canadian communities right across the country. Mr. Speaker, I implore the honourable colleague, through you, provide an update, provide Canadians on what you are doing, and can we see a deal imminent?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, despite all the rhetoric from the honourable member, he full well knows that we are working exceedingly hard on this file, and the only reason why we have not yet reached an agreement with our American friends is because we have not reached an agreement that will respect the needs of the Canadian industry from coast to coast to coast. It's that simple. We are going to ensure a stable access to the American market, a fair and equitable access to the American market, and in order to do so, we have to reach an agreement that meets the needs of every region of this country, and we intend to do that, Mr. Speaker. We are working very hard at it with numerous contacts, numerous negotiations all the way through. But the agreement has to be mutually acceptable, and until we find a mutually acceptable agreement, Mr. Speaker, we are going to keep all strategic options open in order to reach an agreement. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.